Farted blood out. I was like, bah. And it's like, oh shit.
Shoot him in the oh head. Get over here. Let me shoot you in the dick.
Any more tricks up your sleeve?
I will keep them coming.
Man, I am thoroughly enjoying this already, and it's been like 10 seconds.
Sorry,
I agree with Jay. Take that shirt off. Give me some money. Give me money, I'll take my shirt off.
Finally.
I did. You did. You did. But that wasn't on the table at the time. You've just been a good friend.
Lose everything you worked for your entire life. I don't have to tell you what that's like. It really makes me wonder.
Is that good enough for you?
Time you spent in that
My shirt's
arm
off.
been a burden to you.
We're taking a quick break. I ain't taking a break for shit. Alright, my shirt's off. I didn't hear any of that. I was too busy fucking stripping for you guys. Somebody clip that.
Like break the TV? Daddy, I'm sorry!
Yeah, our brother's dead. Sorry. The breaking news to you is like. But it's okay. Hey. If you need anything, okay? I'll be here for you, okay? We're gonna get through this, alright? Whatever you need, babe. Whatever you need. He looked pretty dead, yeah. The guy was purple, okay? It's okay. You need a shoulder to cry on. Mine's always open.
I don't know where I'm going. I don't know where I'm going. I don't know where I'm going. Come through. Oh shit! Without her face. From inside box, scent of mommy. Maybe true mother there. Stone box hard. It hurt. Steel rope in the way. Can't see mother because 4 stones. Yeah, not only is like half my friends' grammar bad, they also don't use punctuation. So I feel like I have to read their text.
Hey, what up, Paul?
Sometimes. Not naming names.
Doing
Still would.
last minute.
God.
Okay, I think we're good. So like last second troubleshooting over here, but I think we're good. Let me see.
And then somebody said I really
So welcome, brother.
Like it could be like the smallest thing.
Actually, this is being annoying. Let me go ahead and close this.
You know.
Then I think we Gucci. How you doing, dude? Alright, let's do it. Let's go! Unlockables obtained. Alright, nice. I'm playing as, yep, Claire this time. I like the worst posture in the world right now. Put that over there. Alright, I think we're good to go. Alright. New game, second run. Ooh, costumes. Oh, I don't have any. Switch all characters to illusion. See, should I go with the PS1? A bit more revealing. Yeah. Maybe. I don't know, because I like their default stuff, but I'm also a perv, so who knows? Doing it. Yep. Claire's a good girl. Claire Redfield. A different nightmare awaits Claire Redfield. Barely. Who is unaware of just how drastically her ordinary life is about to change. This is the one part... I love this game, but this is the one part where I do feel like they kind of dropped the ball. The second scenario. Hey, what up, Jay? How you doing, dude? Damn, this loads so fast, I didn't even get to read the load screen, son.
Yeah, I'm almost there.
How you doing, dude?
You know me, I'll be fine.
You off tonight? Drop the ball at making Claire retarded. Fine. I'll take her an extra chromosomes to keep them all to myself, okay? This bitch is a cutie patootie, and you are tripping. You should look up the actual model that they chose. I think she's pretty. But I was referring to the second scenario, the B campaign. You know what I'm saying? It's barely different. Main differences.
What the hell is going on?
The keys, I think you get like a different one of those
You're a cop?
card keys, you know, like the the spade, whatever. In Jay's defense, you hit on downsy models all the time. Hey, which ones are you talking about? I can't find a way to record just application audio, and it's pissing me off. I want to watch Twitch while I record.
Claire, are you okay?
I'm alright.
Are you?
How about you?
Can you pull it up on your phone?
Go on ahead.
You can pull it up on your phone, probably. Also, I mean, if you're doing productive shit, you know, it's a Linux issue. It would be easy on Windows. Sounds about right. Linux is for nerds. All right. Whoa. Okay.
Leon, I'm sure you beat me here.
Yeah, I really think the only differences are the beginning. I start off in a different area. The ending, she gets to, well, whoever does B gets to do the final Birkin fight on the train, and then yeah, the keys, you know, like the spade, club, and all that diamond. I think she gets a different one. That's the only difference. But still a fantastic game. This game fucks hard. Let me in! 3 bullets. Also, I wish we got to see that. Oh. I'm just gonna wake up. Oh, lottie lottie. Don't. Hey, yo!
Claire, hold on. I'll be right there.
Okay.
Claire, it's so nice to see you.
Hey, babe.
Doing. That helicopter just came out of
Yeah.
nowhere.
I'm in one piece.
I'm guessing you don't have a key in one of those fancy pockets?
Unfortunately,
Want to check for me?
no. But how are you doing?
You know, just surviving.
That's good.
Yeah.
Any luck with your brother?
No, not yet.
Claire,
Bitch, I've been playing for 4 seconds. Give me a goddamn chance.
find him. Damn it. You know what that means?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Dinner time.
Actually, looks fun. Uh-oh!
I think you should go.
Don't worry about me, Leon. You take care of yourself.
Okay, I love you. Bye-bye.
Claire, you need to go. Now.
Give me cover fire or something. Goddamn, dude.
Let's get through this. Both of us.
No. Also, fuck, I am missing an item. What am I missing? It's okay, I'll be back. Maybe. Ah, there it is. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Right? M. Cool. Ah! He's right there. Come on. Come on. Raw. Ammos. Keys. Granada. And fuck, I was hoping for like a samurai edge or something. I don't know. You're so weird. Sorry, my cat. I love her. That boy ain't right. Girl. Small capacity for small size, extremely easy to handle. There's a penis joke there somewhere. They over here too? I think they are. Where do I go, actually? Is it? It's right back where I was. I gotta go through there, don't I? Back. Bye. Okay. Yeah, I think the locked doors. Is that the one where Leon was at? Where do I go? If I was locked door, where would I be? With all the zombies? Excuse me. Excuse me. Go. Alright. Actually, this might be a blessing in disguise. We'll see. Because what's going to happen is... Kaboom! Yeah. So I did waste those bullets, but it's okay. You know. Not yet. Can I make it up here? Hopefully I don't want to. Oh, I can. I don't remember this. Ain't very much. That's okay, I'm gonna go inside. I'll be back. I'll be back, you son of a bitch! Excuse me. Yep. Yep. I wish I had the original soundtrack, actually. I don't have it right now. It's a machine gun. Damn. Oh. Hey, what up, Frenchie? Sorry, I missed your message, dude. How you doing? What? This is what I mean. Yeah, that looks good. That looks good. Alright, we're gonna... Anything else in here? Oh, yeah, the fuse. Gonna need you. Ooh! Can I drag these around? No. I remember making a second save. Now we're good? Yeah, we're good. Alright, just lurking around. Alright, man, well, thank you for hanging out. I hope you are having a wonderful evening. And thank you for the lurk. Yeah, this requires... Got to have the power! You're locked, right? You too, bro. Thanks for hanging out, man. It's always good seeing you. so to speak. You know what I'm saying? Ah, delicious. This is where shit's gonna go down. Hey, hey, hey. Fuck off. Oop. Ah. Alright, now don't get up. Oh. First, hey, what up, you boy? Nice try, Frenchie died. What do you mean? If this is an imposter, well, where's the real Frenchie? Oh. Shouldn't have done that. Leave you there. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Alright, it's happening. Oh. I see why this gun is, just search, Joey. What do we got here? We got gunpowder. Yeah, I will need you. And Jay's playing Saga. Hell yeah. Figured out my issue. I think I got everything working now. Nice, nice. I hope I'm infecting all of your game audio. JK, JK. Oh, shit! Fuck! I thought I had time still. I didn't scream, you scream, bitch. Is Marvin already dead? I think he might be. That's not fair. Hell yeah. Right on, brother.
Anybody here?
Alright, this is a bit more different than what I remember. Marginally. Marvin, no! How you doing, you boy?
Bet he's not part of the rescue squad.
Yeah! Marvin? Not you too, Marvin. Not you too. Nope. Stupid. Got it. No, Sherry. Oh shit, I mean there's other. Alright, there's a lot of you. Dude, and the female zombie scream in this game is really good. I just think this is the audio in this game in general is really good. Imagine if the zombies mocked you, so when she goes, "Everybody out there? Anybody here?" That'd be pretty funny. I know there's like ammo and shit up here somewhere. Damn it, Sherry. Alright, got you. What I should do is go back in that one room and get the gunpowder. Welcome Welcome to Raccoon City. Did you know, while we're the home of pharmaceutical giant Umbrella Corporation, Raccoon City is a vibrant and dynamic city with a long, rich history of its own. In this guide, we'll introduce you to just a few more of the unusual points of interest our city has to offer. Raccoon City Police Station. The building in the center of town wasn't always a police station. In fact, it used to be an art museum. Various features like the unusual clock tower and the goddess statue in the main hall remind us of a bygone era. Orphanage. Why is that in the fucking travel guide? Just a few blocks from the police station is an orphanage founded and run by the Umbrella Corporation with the help of generous donations from businesses and citizens alike. The building is known for its stained glass window, which attracts visitors from around the world. All we got? Our zombies don't bite, they just mock you. Right? It hurts just the same.
It's a museum into a police station.
Alright, somebody has the zoomies. It's cute though. I don't remember any of the combination locks. Just the ones with like the letters. I know those. Bitch. I'm gonna run out of ammo. Fucking chill. The good thing is that these zombies, like, their damage remains, you know? Oh, wait. There is ammo up here, though. There's something up here. Marvin? No. Yeah, it's over here, I think. Dang. Caution already after just one attack. I better be careful. I'm glad this isn't one of those games where, like, you know, you have stamina, you know? Ooh, piece of candy. Is there an item box right here? There should be. There was. Remember me? Hang on, let me combine this first. Gun ammo. Wait, and then for her, submachine gun ammo. Alright, running back to... Oh yeah, the item box, which is this way. And I got the crank. Still alive, dude? Don't touch me. Haha. Bitch. Alright. Let's put you back. I don't need you just yet. You played this before, right, your boy? Hi, Shuri. Go save again. I don't give a fuck. Okay, yeah, I could use a bit more. Haha. Then back in here. Those other items I missed. There is more in here to pick up. I'm scared. Monsters! Oh, no, wait, what's the line? There's demons! Oh, there's the bathroom over here. Or, I thought there was a bathroom in here. Oh, you'll come in handy. Yes. Fucking duty butt. That's popo. Nasty. Is there anything else in here? Oh, well, you got ammo? Oh shit. Don't get up, please. Cool. Was that it? Yes. Now, she's holding herself like she's had some bad Taco Bell, so let's go to the bathroom. I think there's first aid spray. Yep. And then I want to say that's it. Yes, but what is over here? I'm just curious. Okay. Let's run all the way. Wait. Yeah, let's go back to the... Where'd you go? Hey, where'd you go? Did he die? Where'd the torso guy go? Oh, there you are. Hey, buddy. I lost you for a sec. Two of those. And I believe I use this immediately, but I'm just making sure I'm not leaving like items and shit behind. Ooh. What? Wait. Where was that at? Oh shit. Flame rounds. We good? Yeah. Let me save though. And then, pardon me. What else? Is anything else down here? There's the East office, which there's the safe. I think that's why that's red. I go upstairs. Tandem mouse. Spade key, that thing, and then the main hall. I have enough ammo? Okay, I think I do. You know, you'd think this guy that's on fire would just, you know, cease to zombie after a while. Wait. Oh, shit. Stay down. Oh, hey, buddy. I didn't mean to do that. Man, this thing's really sensitive. I didn't realize that's stacked. This is not the right shape, right? Yeah, it's not. Okay, so not yet. Oh, I use the crank when Soldier Boy shows up. That was stupid. When the Mr. X. Boom. And then where's that book? Tight. That's where I get the submachine gun, I imagine. Article. The Redstone. The ruby that captivated Edward the Black Prince. Why did I gotta be the Black Prince? The pearl that The Queen of the Nile milked dry. The diamond that led a queen to the guillotine. There is no end to the number of tales related to the appeal of jewels. This mysterious redstone is simply the latest to sparkle among them. Like those other jewels, this one's origin is unknown. It's said that it once adorned a noble woman's jeweled box and was even dedicated to a wise king. This fall, this stone that's been long shrouded in legend will be on display during auction. There are sure to be many eager enthusiasts there. But, dear reader, I don't know, I was imagining fucking Goosebumps. The reader beware, you're in for a scare. Anyway, one would do well to approach with care. The devilry lies in beauty's shadow. This jewel has turned caring nobles who love their subjects into despots more terrible than Caligula. I never saw that movie. And we have the tales to prove it. Seriously, it's precisely because these jewels are bathed in blood that their luster stirs something in the hearts of people everywhere. Alright, we're done here almost. Okay. Yeah, I need the book, which is in the library. Oh, there's a green herb over there. But I'm scared, so I'm gonna run back. There's nothing else I can do here. Hell yeah! Woo! Where was that green herb? Was it by the window? It is. Or a door. I probably shouldn't have picked it up, but, you know. Sue me. Okay, I'm gonna have. Not much. But let's make our way to the locker room. Wait, he's backwards? No? Costumes have been added. What do we got? Oh, I can go default if I want. How the fuck would I want to do that? Kidding. There he is. Okay, I was like, where's the liquor? Now, should I even bother going this way? Is the liquor in here already? Yep. Bye. I can't deal with you yet. I'll go around. You go that way. I'll go home. Damn, bitch. I thought you were dead. Just cuz. Oh, I can't. Fuck. Seriously? Yeah, this'll work. That will do. Fuck! I gotta go in the liquor room. That's fucked. Right? Is there anything else I can go? To hell, I guess. Guard room. Not there. Oh, press the wrong button also. Yeah, my hands are kind of tied. Waiting room, which is a safe. Spade door. Alright. Let's run past the liquor. Maybe I can sneak past it. Because I know, unless I run or shoot, I think it just flat out doesn't see me. It might hear me and like... It might look for me, but it's not gonna... chase me. Also, let me go in that room, just to make sure. Yeah. Better stop running. Be very, very quiet. Running. Fuck off. Me alone. Ah, wait. Okay. Ah! Ah! Wrong button. Stop that. Fuck off. No, 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 no. Ah! Okay. We do got a zombie that shows up right meow. Record of events. September 25th. We're turning the station into a temporary shelter due to the massive sudden outbreak. All police personnel have been instructed to make the safety of the citizens their top priority as we try to accommodate as many of them as possible. September 25th. Addendum. One of the refugees attacked us in the middle of the night, resulting in the death of one officer and injuring 3 others. The person in question was quickly restrained. We believe this was simply a case of someone snapping under intense stress. September 26th. A mob attacked the station today, resulting in a number of casualties. A few survivors were able to make it safely behind the emergency shutters. But surrounded as we are, it'll be hard for any of us to escape this place. We're not sure we can fix any of our communications equipment, so we remain cut off from the outside world. September 27th, there was another clash on the west side of the station around 1 p.m. 12 people died, and there is only a handful of survivors left. Everything is falling into disarray around here. David Ford. Let me go in here and hide real quick. Oh, wait, also, there's a map. Gimme, 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 gimme. Got it. Is there anything else in here? Like ammo? This bitch about to open the door. Right at the worst time. Nice. Ooh. Perfect. And then... is a window there, but fuck it. I don't have to worry about that shit right now anyway. This room on the other hand. Oh yeah! Fatty Magoo! My favorite zombie. Everybody shit themselves. It's amazing. Alright. Don't mind me, officer. You get your Snickers bar, okay? Mr. Zombie, eat a Snickers. You're a bloodthirsty monster when you're hungry. Storage locker terminal memo. It appears that the keypad to the locker's terminal is missing a few keys. I suggest that person responsible for this mess find some spare keys and fix this right now! You know who you are. You bloody bastard! Who else would fuck it up this badly? Calm down, bro. Also, the music keeps doing that thing. It makes me think like Mr. X is around the corner. And it scares me. Oh, alright. Oh, there's no weapon, just this bullshit. Oh! Alright, cool. You not loaded? No. We're gonna adjust this. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh shit, just 2 of them. Is that a waste? Yeah. I should use that on the liquor. You idiot! I wanted to shoot on the beat, but I fucked up. 109. Alright. 1. Oh. Did I just press the keypad? No. So anything that's not a 2 or a 3 should work. What up, Jay? Was that you, Jay? That was you, Jay. You're the only one who does that. 106, which is film reel. Ah! 106. Don't mind me. Alright, I'll be on my way. Fucker! Alright, and then... honestly... isn't there a save room nearby? Oh. This way. No! R&R. Oh, shit. Alright, I'll deal with you in a minute. A light switch in here. Medicinal benefits of herbs. I know. This is my first rodeo. And I've been breeding everything else. Yeah. I remember. I need the spade key so I can fucking get that some bitch. Is that it? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I think I'm done with you for now. I'll get you when I need you. And the crank, I don't need you yet either. All right, so 2 of those to make submachine gun ammo, which I don't have, or I can use with gunpowder to make acid rounds, or I can do, actually, let me store you and then see what I got first. So, I don't have a submachine gun yet. I already have those rounds. I have flame rounds, which I forgot about. Take those out. And then I can combine 2 of these to make handgun ammo, and then 1 of these to make acid rounds. And the acid rounds are kind of fucking sick. How many acid rounds? 2. Ooh. I'll put you back for now. I probably should have done that. What up, duder? What up, B90? How you doing, dog? What's good in the hood? Hope you're having a great night, my guy. Fight for my life here. Cheers. Saved. I got this zombie to fight. Oh, wait, do I have? Yeah, I do have. Where'd you go? Did you go? Upstairs? Fuck, I really gotta be careful with this. Just chilling. And you? You know. Surviving. That's what she says earlier in this game. Which, aren't we all? Alright, oh jeez. Oh jeez. Man, that bitch got some giddy up too. Alright. It's, nice. Nice fall, dipshit.
Oh no.
I can do this all day. They get their legs off though, so you guys at least have to limp around and shit. Aha. Fuck you. Alright, stay dead, please. Picked up my used copy of RE7 Gold today. Oh shit. Damn, this fucker. Die. For pretty cheap. Nice. Oh, wait, B90. You said you haven't really played, Resident Evil before, right? Is this gonna be your first Resident Evil? Or am I tripping? Which I could be. It wouldn't be the first time. No, sir. I haven't played any of them. Nice. I think 7's a good starting point for, like, you know, newcomers. It's pretty beginner friendly for the most part. The mechanics are still there. Oh, fuck. That's where I need the crank. One of these has a dead guy in it. Yep. I know this one. Cap. Yeah, I'm excited for you. Honestly, between 7 and 8, you got a nice little damn. You got a nice little duo right there. Portable safe instructions. Yep, I know. Your first Resident Evil should definitely start on Resident Evil 6. Your boy. People have been shot for less, okay? There he is. You guys still dead? Kinda? Stay down! Stay down! 6 was not very well received, though. It wasn't. I think it's a blast. I don't think it's a bad game by any stretch of the imagination. I think it's a bad Resident Evil. You know what I mean? But it is a blast to play. It is one of the most... How do I word this? It's one of the most robust character controllers I've ever used in a third-person shooter. It's way over the top. A good game, but doesn't fit for the series. Yeah, that's the best way I can put it. I know people have been shot for less. Looking at Charlie Kirk, he got shot for saying things people don't like. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Yeah, that's crazy shit, dude. But yeah, it is a good game, but it is a terrible Resident Evil. I think that's probably the best way to put it. Like it is a far cry from what the series was and is. You know, the black sheep. But I still think it's a good game. Play it with a friend. And I'm not trying to do that excuse that a lot of people have, or it's just like, you know, like, oh wait, I forgot the fucking crank. Kicking a turd around is fun with a buddy. It's probably true, but my point is it's a good co-op game. That's some of the best co-op action I've ever played. But it's also fucking stupid. Like, Resident Evil now is already like this cool like sci-fi action horror anime, basically. And RE6 is like, alright, but what if Michael Bay got his hand on the series? That's basically what it plays like. There is some Zambonis here somewhere. Or I could be thinking of the RE6. This guy gets up. Don't get up. He's gonna slump over, but I don't think he's gonna get up. If you attack me, I'm gonna be really upset. Okay, cool. There's a liquor in here. Hell yeah. Oh, maybe not. All right, man. I mean, I like Michael Bay movies. Yeah, I do too. What I'm saying though is it's the long story short, everybody loved RE4, right? And RE5 comes out and they're like, all right, let's do this, but let's have some co-op and let's lean into the action a little bit more. People seem to like this. And at the time, Resident Evil 5 made all the fucking money. Resident Evil 5 until Monster Hunter World was the highest grossing, best-selling Capcom game of all time. So what do? They quadrupled down. They were like, guys, people like this. Let's make more action. And then it pissed off everybody. They wanted to try... So it has 3 campaigns also, and they all played a little differently. But the goal with that was to kind of bring in newcomers. They wanted to tap into the Call of Duty crowd, And yeah, nobody liked it. Except me, apparently. And your boy. Leon's memo. Clear. I hope you get this. This place is crawling with monsters, and your brother's not here. Just get out of here as soon as you can. I really hope you're safe. Love. Hugs, kiss. Yeah, I think it's a good game, but... Internal memo. Oh, 9:15:7. I'm actually going to take a picture of this. West Office, first floor. And they also tapped into the market for PvP. Yeah, that's what they wanted. That's why I mentioned the Call of Duty stuff. I think it's a good game. Like I said, the controls are phenomenal. It's just a little too silly. Fuck. I'll be back. a lot of shit in here I could use. Honestly, what do I combine this with? Acid rounds, okay. Or 2 of these to get submachine gun ammo, but I don't got a submachine gun. I also have a lot of inventory space, so what I'm gonna do is go this way, I guess. No liquors, please.
Jesus.
Oh shit! I didn't realize he'd be here already. Fuck you! As long as I don't run or shoot anything, I should be okay. He's gonna show up in a moment, though. Ooh, piece of candy. I know, game. What are you up to tonight, though, you boy? What's he doing? Statue. Lion statue, unicorn, and lady down there, it's ram, harp, bird. I already fucked up, but that's okay. I'll get the coin later. Fuck. Can I lock this from the other side? Ooh, I need you. No. Fuck. Alright, here comes... Oh shit! He's still alive. Fucker. Give my knife back, ho. Yeah, my homeboy definitely heard that. Just working and coming up with action cards for my card game. I'm done with characters. The action will be like magic cards in Yu-Gi-Oh! I don't think I could do a persistent pursuer. It's stressful for sure, but it's okay. Like, you can manage it. It's like a subtle kind of sort of... Ooh, I should combine this now. Wait a minute. Handgun ammo. 9mm. That's annoying. I fucked up. Like, kind of sort of stealth elements. It's not as bad as you might think. Is he coming this way? I think he might. So what's over here? Fuck. I need you. Can I use this yet? Alright, I'll pick you up. More important right now. Oh, and then this one. One tapped? Yeah. This one is... DCM. Fuck. He's so close, too. Ah, he doesn't see me. But he will. Get fucked, bitch! Oh shit, I got stuck. Okay, I fucked up. So, this 5-shot capacity 9mm. I don't need you yet. I really wish I didn't spend that there. I didn't know. I didn't know. But yeah, dude, I'm legit excited that you're gonna play 7. Are you gonna stream it? Not gonna lie, I went poop. It felt good. Nice. I'm gonna take a picture of this. So I don't have to look it up later. Lion statue. Like, was it one of those like just fucking like full relief poops where you just like, woo, and like you feel like you can fly? You can do a slam dunk. Yeah, eventually. I don't have plans to play it right away. Well, getting it on the cheap is ideal. Resident Evil games are like almost always, not always, almost always on sale, but they're always going on sale for pretty steep discounts too. So it's probably a bad time to tell you there is a portion, albeit a very small portion of the game, where you do have a pursuer. It's not persistent. It's only in like 2 segments I can think of. So they're pretty brief, but you do have a pursuer. Yeah, like, I didn't think I needed to go very bad, but it was like 14 pounds. Did you weigh yourself before and after? You ever done that? Why does the game look like it's fucking... Does the game look low frame rate to you guys? Because I'm getting like a beautiful 160 over here. That's a child. You gave birth. Yeah, I know, right? You gave birth to one of those shit weasels in what's that movie and book? Dreamcatcher. Looks fine. Okay, good. No, LOL, no. Short times is fine. It's just the whole game. See, in this one, it's not the whole game either. It's like a good third of it. Fuck. Every Resident Evil game on PlayStation is going $5 each. Nice. Sun God Nova! Einstein. What up, Sun God? Blood for the Blood God! How you doing? Oh yeah. Should I? Fuck! I need more inventory space. USD probably that's like 4,000, 400,000. Are you Canadian? Whoa! Is it the utopia I imagine over there? Gross. How big was the turd? Was it 4 carats? Band? Nope. Yeah. Yeah, I imagine. I'm just goofing. Is that a liquor? Oh, fuck. Don't. Turn around, please. Claire, where's he going? Okay. Oh, shit. This nigga's blind. It's probably... It probably is for some. Try to go to the records room. I hope this motherfucker don't see me. Oh shit, that's locked. Is he in there still? Oh shit, he's coming. Also, what's up here? Storage room. Oh yeah, there was some stuff in the storage room. Dang. And then on this floor, can't do that shit yet. But actually, no, I will go over to the S.t.a.r.s room real quick. I really hate the people around my area that are like, it's so beautiful here. We're so lucky to live here. Why do you hate them, though? I mean, if they like it, you know? It is very beautiful, but it's also very expensive. Luck had nothing to do with it. Oh. Well, maybe they won the lottery. Huh? That's lucky. Did you stop to consider that, huh? Sorry, I don't know why I'm doing this. Sure, if you won the lottery. Uh-oh. Lounge. Okay. Fuck. I don't have room for shit here. Mr. You're a fucking asshole. Yeah, I think he's worse on this campaign, to be honest. Alright, I'm just gonna unlock it, though. Which is... I think time stops when I do this. I hope it does. Wait, isn't there... Is this not the lion? Where's the crown? Oh. Fuck. Oh, it's not. It is... Is this the lion? Oh, it's a unicorn. Oh, I got that one. Ah! That's okay. The knife broke anyway. I mean, I can appreciate how people... Hold on. I mean, I can appreciate when people say how beautiful it is around where I live. Yeah. I watched the movie Weapons yesterday. I like that movie. Also, I mean, people don't care about spoilers. I'd say go wild. I don't care. Ask them first. But I saw it too. I really liked it. It's not what I expected, but that's not necessarily a bad thing, you know? Looks super odd. It's very odd. The movie's fucking weird. 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 Alright, where to now? I'm just trying to unlock everything I can. While I can. Second floor. Yep, waiting room. Okay. Don't follow me. Please. There were parts that were supposed to be scary that made me laugh. That's something that I think is actually intentional. The movie's fucking funny. One thing I liked was there were some beautiful, like, shots. I think it's a well-directed movie. Oh. Yes. What's in here? Man. Alright. Oh! No! Get off me! You baka! Okay, he's coming. You can't follow me out here, can you, you motherfucker? Please? Can you? Oh shit, he can! Can you follow me down here? Yeah. Damn, dude. I thought that was a safe area. Okay, where to now? Oh, the East office? Is that where that one... which one had the combination on it? It was like 9... Okay. West office. Okay, this is not... 9:15:7. Okay, I know where I'm going. Sounds like you've been desensitized, lol. Yeah, a little bit. No spoilers. Yeah, no spoilers. Jay's actually a fan of the director. I am too, for the most part. I need to watch Barbarian again. Maybe I just wasn't ready for it. I really want to say one part that made me laugh, but I don't want to put any spoilers out. I appreciate that. Dude, some people be over here like, dude, the movie's been out for 2 weeks. I should be able to spoil it or some bullshit like that, you know? Fuck you. Do I know this one? Neil Patrick Harris. No. It's NP, right? NPK, NPF, G. Okay, maybe not. NRG. It's NRG. Right? Oh. SG? TG. NPG. Fuck! Ah, whatever. Oh, dude, this one is like... it's it. I don't remember it. First try. I got the other one. I think I'm close. Is it MPG? No. It'll come back to me. It's like, follow this. Yeah. Yep, I know about the gunpowder. Oh my god, they're everywhere. Mr. X is gonna come. You guys are fucking everything up for me. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Fuck. It is 9:15:7. Please be more inventory space. Yas. All right. Looks good. Dude, you see that new game Active Matter? It looks kind of fun. Never heard of this. Okay, hold on. What is the time limit? Spoilers. Like, how old before something becomes okay to talk about if people haven't seen it? I don't assume, dude. I personally, unless it's like a movie that's in like the zeitgeist, you know, like Star Wars or something like that. But personally, I always ask. I don't like assuming. I don't like spoiling things. Like, not, at least not freely, you know? Like, I think it's always polite to ask, just because, like, oh, this movie's 60 years old. I was like, nigga, I haven't seen it yet, okay? You know? It's like Escape from Tarkov meets Stalker. Just popping in to say I started Death Stranding 2, and holy fuck, it's nice. Welcome in, bloody. It's very good. It's very nice. How you doing, man? Are you playing it right now? I guess I could. Yeah, I should probably go to the item box. Welcome. Welcome to the... Oh, fuck, went the wrong way. Yep. Ah, wait! Motherfucker. Oh, shit. Have you tried shaking the baby? I wouldn't advise that. Oh yeah, I think I'm on Death Stranding. Yeah, I did that once too, because like you get to like with the controller like rock the baby. But dude, I'm not gonna lie. One time I was like, in real life, yes. Nice. All right, what do we got? I could make acid rounds. Acid rounds are kind of nice. I played the first one too, also in the game. Yeah, in game. Need a knife. That's not a knife. Get a flash grenade then. Fine. Oh, I gotta go to the library. I know where I gotta go. Let me also save. Shake the baby, gives him character. Hold on. West office. Dial lock. If that doesn't work, I'll just go to the library because these fuckers are annoying me. But
I'm sorry.
little
I don't have
baby.
any. I'm a little baby.
Dude, I love that
I'm a
show.
baby.
That
I have
show
no money. I can
was
pay you in
great.
blocks. No,
Any Broad City fans here?
I'm a baby.
Can I go this way? Yeah. Please don't come back down. Okay, cool. I think we're good. All right. We got... Where is it? BPS? Unless it's the first names, it's Marvin, so M-S... Oh, wait, M-R... G is MRG. I put NRG. I just want to put MRG. MRG. Oh, I put N. You guys all remember, because I remember I was like energy. That's how I remembered it. Speed loader? Sure. For this? Thank you. So, we good here? Alright, we Gucci. We're Gucci. Joey always right. Okay, dude, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Dude. That's pretty good. That was pretty good. Well done. Oh, he's right here, isn't he? Oh, shit. Okay. Wait, left or right? Left or right? Right. That was good, dude. You fucker. Well done. Oh, that got me. Straight to jail. Right to jail. Alright, put you there. I know where I gotta go. I gotta go to like that museum area on the other side. Like the statue and shit, which is... Well, first I gotta go to the library to get the book. So, there's two ways up there. So I can go up here, through the shower, and get all this shit in here if I want, finally. And then lounge. Yup. It just depends on where this motherfucker's at. Go upstairs. Ah, go upstairs, motherfucker. Straight to jail. Believe it or not, right to jail. Upstairs or... Okay. I think he's upstairs. Please be upstairs. Okay. Afraid to run. And no, not right to jail. He gets a pardon for that joke. Please don't come downstairs. Okay. Ah. Alright, he's coming. Oh, Lottie coming. No! Why'd I do that? So I have to go upstairs for the library, which I'm just gonna speed run through. I know Mr. X heard that. There's the lion statue. Got you. And then where a knife at? Knife is on this guy. And what else we got in here? Well, what's we got in this motherfucker? There's an herb up there. Oh no. Can I go to the S.t.a.R.S office from here directly? I can. Cannot. That's pretty good, Jay. All right, let's see. All the way around. The battery. Oh yeah. Some shit to fucking carry. Sub weapon is nice. No, because I need at least one for the hand. So I'll come back for the herb. That herb. Then fastest way there. The library. Assuming Mr. X doesn't fucking show up. Don't touch me. Okay, the lion was like crown. No, what is it? Fuck. I don't remember shit about this game. Remember shit. Wait, I'm getting emails. What is this? Oh, stuff I don't give a shit about. Alright. Crown Fire Bird. Birdie birdie. Birdie birdie. I'm gonna leave that there though. I don't need you yet. I'm just a birdie too. Okay, here we go. I forget what's in this box. Is it another key? Have you watched the Officer Maggot video I sent you? That's the comedian that's got the comedian hide. Negative. I've not seen that one. When did you send that? Oh shit. Equip. Examine. Get you out of there. Wait. You're playing with mouse and keyboard? I am right now, yeah. Not a fan? Not for this game, no. Nah, that's just you, man. I sent like a month or two ago. You should really watch it. I'll try to remember it. Why don't you DM it back to me right now? So I don't forget. Why not? Because he's a purist. No, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not going to read it, but his thing is like first-person games. I think he likes mouse and keyboard, but third person's always with a controller. But, I don't know. Each their own. Library. Yeah, starts office. That was actually kind of close. Man, bitch got some giddy up. Yeah. Yeah, I just usually don't like Mouse Keeper for third person. I mean, it works surprisingly well here. I forgot what made me decide to actually do mouse and keyboard. It's probably just after the failure of VR not working, which I'm still salty about. Send it to your Discord DM? Okay, cool. I'll check it out after stream. Any shooter, I like mouse and keyboard. Oh, well, honestly, Max Payne is a third-person shooter. I want to be caught dead playing. No, I'm kidding. On console, I have no choice but to play that with a controller. But honestly, that's a game that's built for fucking mouse and keyboard. Max Payne. Sam Hyde is a comedic genius, especially when he was doing $1 Million Extreme on Adult Swim. I bought all 3 on sale. Nice. Dude, I fucking love Max Payne. A lot. For real. Armory doors unlocked. Authenticating. Yummy. What else we got in here? Is this the Redfield Bloodline letter? Letter to S.t.a.R.S members. To my bestest S.t.a.R.S fluents. How are y'all doing in that drab old station? Hanging in there against old irons? Me? I just got back from a date with a hot bitch. But you can guess what we got. What we got up to under her extra large umbrella. Yes, queen. Yes, queen. What up, Defiant? Catch up. It's on their website now. Wait, $1 Million Extreme is back. It's on their website now. More unhinged than ever. I don't remember $1 Million Extreme. Yo. What up, Catch up? How you doing? Europe is amazing. 1 month is in no way enough to even scratch the surface. Maybe I'll extend my vacation for another 6 months. Barry, don't you even think about coming joining me. Wouldn't want to make all the cute girls cry. Yeah? Also, you want a traitor. So you just leave the babes to me. Jill, if Claire tries to contact you, please let her know I'm okay. Chris Redfield, August 9th, 29th. Wait a minute. Oh, he's trying to be sneaky under her extra large umbrella. 6 months, vacation. He's trying to be sneaky, I think. But, because this is after Resident Evil 1. Resident Evil 1 takes place in July. This is August.
This does not sound like Chris.
Ooh, I need more ammo. Okay. Joey, calm down. It's okay. Ooh, don't want to forget that. And how many spaces do I have? 2? 2 goes after 1? Since when? No, I just mean I was dating the letter, dickhead. I love that they have 80s Uzis in the locker. Is this an 80s Uzi? I don't know guns. Even though I own 2 of them. Three if you count this airsoft Samurai Edge over here. Now if you count backwards. Oh, he got you there. Joey can't even tell you what an Uzi is from. What year an Uzi's from. What a loser. Are they from the 80s? I don't fucking know. I guess either way works. You say you don't remember 1 Million Extreme, like when Sam Hyde said, I don't remember. I don't remember. I don't know what that is. I'm sure if I saw it, I'd be like, oh. But yes, I do not remember. Because I don't. So you say a reference I don't get, which is fine. Alright. Don't need you anymore yet. Not until I go to the sewers or start leaving them. Store. Store. What else we got in here? Gunpowder, gunpowder. Oh! Submachine gun ammo. Store the battery because that's for the like a detonator. So ammo, sub-weapon. That'll be good for now. Let me save. Just to be sure. Oh, also reload. Tight, 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 tight. Alright, go back to the library. Hopefully not run into Mr. X. The actor that played Tuco got arrested recently for spraying a neighbor with a garden hose. That's it? I mean, these days, I guess it's better than spraying somebody with hot lead, you know? I like that actor, though. I forgot his name. So I don't like him that much, I guess, but... Tuco is one of the... a super entertaining TV villain. Also, do I have means to unlock this just now? I forget. Scrap paper... Unicorn... Oh, I can figure it out. If it's person, balance, or person scale... Let's see. People, scale... Oh wait, it's people with the scale though, isn't it? Nope. Boom. Boom. And then... Fuck. Oh, wait. I can go around. 'Cause I gotta. Ah. Imagine if he was using the gardeners and sprayed his neighbor and going tight, 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 tight. That's all I imagine him doing, to be honest. Oh, that's right. I do need a fucking battery. Some guy's scribblings. Damn those corporate assholes. They cut me off after all I've done for them. But if that's how it's going to be, so be it. I'm going to have a little fun of my own as the world goes to shit. I brought all those filthy pigs up in a steel pen and set some C4. All I got to do is detonate it and say... And it's sayonara, suckers. But that's no fun if it's over too soon. So maybe I'll give that one raving loon something to... Why is he writing this down? Squeal about. Yeah, maybe I'll get... Why did he type it out and print it? Maybe I'll give him a little toy. Oh, it says scribbles. Okay, so it's handwriting, but still. And tell him, kill the guy next to you, and I'll spare the others. I wonder what he'll do. You yell about justice and pride, but how many times did you go against me? Your own superior! Oh, this is Irons, that psychopath. Yeah, you're such a good cop. So good you had to die. Man, this is fun. I need some music for this. So I need the whole ass detonator. Okay, so I have a battery. I love you like I love you. Ooh. Sneasel F escaped. Female. 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 Name that reference. Oh yeah. All right. It's just in there. Okay. And after that, second floor. Fuck, I still got to go through everything. God damn it. First floor, and then okay, all right, we're good. I couldn't help it. I bought Resident Evil 6 for $5. Oh, dude, that's a good deal. Damn good deal. I'll take that deal. Irons did nothing wrong. Shut the fuck up. What are you talking about? He did nothing wrong. He's just a man trying to get his paycheck. Overpriced. I think it's more than fair. Do I have the battery? Don't need it. I'll drop the coin off right meow. I think we're good for now. Tab. Okay. Oh, wrong button. Let me save. Save room. Save. Fuck! He's here. Where you at? You upstairs or downstairs? It matters. Oh shit, he's right there. Ah! Ah! Kill that bitch who's up there though. Hey you. Hoota! Actually. Ah! That's pretty cool. And then now, you know, I'm gonna be streaming next time I stream now. Resident Evil 6. That'll be fun. Fire escape, waiting room, East office. Ah, fuck! I didn't mean to do that. All right, hold on. Okay, so I don't have those yet. That's locked. East room, break room. Where do I go now? Library. I think. Where the fuck's the detonator? Where do I go? Hang on. Fire escape is still fucking on fire. Crank handle slot. Oh, wait, is that locked? Library. I'm gonna fall through the floor, I think, if I do that, though. And there's a west storage. Let's go to the library, then. Ah, oh, fuck. Leave me alone. Don't touch me, don't touch me! Ah! Get him! Oh, I was hoping Mr. X would punch him. I'm gonna fall right here, I know it. Because I have to move stuff over. I'm gonna go upstairs. And then I'm pretty sure I'm gonna fall. But I gotta get in there somehow. East storage. Oh, yep. Where is he? What side? There he is. Where the fuck do I go? Oh, I gotta move these, but I can't yet because I need. What does it say? I need a different kind of like crank or lever or some shit. So now. What are you doing? Hi. Hi. 1 second. A storage room. I need to explode shit. Can't go in there yet until I get the thing to move those. Safe, which I don't think I have the combination for. Waiting room? Do I? Hang on, let me check, because it might be in there. Private paper. Lion statue. I got that one. I just need the lady. Where's the goddess statue though? Wait, where is that bitch? I forget. Have you tried cranking your hog? Oh, every goddamn day. I'm actually, I gotta pee, and I'm gonna grab another beer. Be right back, guys. Oh shit! All right, joke's on you. I'm into this. Reboot. 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 Remember that reference? I knew you would, buddy. Joey.
Which is why I encourage all of you, just go out there and compliment somebody, you know? I do it all the time.
Lower difficulty? Fuck you! Well, lower these nuts onto your chin. Dicks. Dicks. Dicks.
Oh shit, he's eating her butt. He's eating her butt. Don't eat my butt.
It's the FBI, motherfucker! Open up!
Catch. Oh shit! Later, Prince. No, I did not. No, I did not. Ew. Ew. Damn, dude. What the fuck were you drinking? Thank you. Gang, gang. Gang, gang. These nuts. Gang, gang.
Fat takes a steak, no!
Sucks about a shotgun ammo, but there will be more, you know? Wait, what the fuck?
I barely know you, but you seem cool. Here you go. What?
I don't know where I'm going. I don't know where I'm going. I don't know where I'm going. Come through. Oh shit! Heyo. Ew. Ew. Damn, dude. What the fuck were you drinking? You rocking it. Check the DMs. Just sending me. My guy's wearing the hoodie. That's my lucky hoodie. Overnight. That looks cool. Want to watch it with me awkwardly till the comedy comes in? No, I'll probably have my penis in my hand. Thanks for moving off though. Fuck was not on your side tonight? No, it was not. Neither was Skill. I fucking suck today. Who's live? We got Lily Montana playing Silent Hill 2. We got Lily Lotus playing Pummel Party.
Alright, we're back. Hello.
Pig Madison playing Quiet Maze.
No, I didn't realize you guys can hear the fucking thing still. Oh, wait. Fuck, I'm gonna die doing that. So, linen room. I got no diamond. Fire escape. Can't go down there yet. There's something in there, though. Observation room, interrogation room. What do we get in there? Chief's room. Everything's on fire! I don't remember where I have to go. West storage room. That's where the last statue is. So I need to find the device. The detonator. The detonator! Oh yeah, and then let me see if there's any of these. So I got that one, West Office. See if there's any more combination. Okay, I thought I was muted for a second. First assignment, got it. I don't think any of these have combinations on them. Stone. Internal memo. Oh. Oh, yeah, that's the one I already got. West office. Where's the east office? Or the waiting room. Whatever. There he is. Where am I running? I'm just panicking a little bit. Stars, shower. Sorry, guys. I don't remember. West storage room. I can cut through. What is this locked with? Locked door, locked door. Chained. Oh! Yeah, on stream. Wait, what? Sorry. I know where I gotta go. Chain door. And that's where the Linden key is. Okay, okay. I know where I'm going. I know where I'm going. Where am I now? Okay, so then shower room. Operations room. But to get through there, I have to go... Shit. Hold on. Don't touch me! Don't touch me! Okay. But there's a liquor in here where I'm going. Fucking fucker! Fuck out the way, I don't have time for this. What? 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 Angel? Thank you for the raid, how you doing? What it do, Jigaboo? You freaking beat Last of Us. Fuck yeah, fuck yeah. Everybody, give her a follow. She's awesome. She plays survival horror. She just finished Last of Us on stream, and she just gave me a raid, so I appreciate that. Thank you for the raid. How was the stream? Oh yeah, this is you simping for, fuck, hold on. Where'd I go? Yo... AG the Demigod, you're a Whip King. Sent, wait, what'd you send? Nice, let's all share dudes a celebration. Nice, amazing. Well, I'm glad you had an amazing stream. That's what I like to hear. Alright, I gotta go this way. And I'm gonna run into a liquor while being chased by Mr. X, which is fine. Fuck off. Actually, that's probably a waste. I don't think I come into this room again. Oh, wait. It's locked. Okay. There might be some zombies in here. Ah, it's right there. Did I kill it? Did I kill it? Did I kill it? I might have killed it. Oh, Jesus. Mr. X wants them yams. I mean, can you blame him? How are you though? I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. I've been better. You know. Oh no! I need an item box. Fuck. Gotta go all the way around again. God damn it! That's how I'm doing. And then around the corner. Is this zombie still alive in there? God damn. Typo Shito. How are you doing? Oh, I already asked that. Sorry. Cutting tool. I need you. And I gotta do fucking another goddamn round of this. So, West office. Okay, that's not so bad. I just hope I don't run into you-know-who. Which I probably will, let's be honest. How far into this game did you get, Angel? I forget. I'm good, being chilling. What the fuck? What the fuck is that? Oh, he's right by the door. Really? Oh, he broke out of the evidence room. Not very far. You should stream that next. Alright, I got what I need. Just what I need, just what I needed. No more liquors, please. I think I killed it. Hope I killed it. Yeah, I killed it. You bitch! Right back! Alright. Back in here. Stop making noise, bitch. Okay. Use. Now your next game is Dead Space Remake? Oh shit. That's such a good game. I'm down for that. Fucking finally, I needed you. I needed you! Alright. Let's see. Oh. Discard. Done here? Unlocked. Okay. So now... What did I get? Oh, yeah. I gotta go back to the dark room, get the battery, and then go upstairs again. I know where I'm going. I know I bit off more than I can chew with that one. No, not really. It's a wonderful game. I think you'll have fun with it. But let me know when you're down, and I'll for sure watch that one because I love that game.
Oh no.
Let me know what you get for food too. Curious. All right. Gunpowder? No. All right. So here's what's gonna happen. Shuri is gonna stop messing with my fucking blinds. I'm gonna get my battery out. Combine it. Detonator! And then... Find you. And then I'm gonna keep you. Actually, no. Take first aid spray. Acid rounds. And then save. Then it's stoner bashing time. Fuck off, Mr. X. Not in the fucking mood. Nobody move. Yep. All right. Cool. Even though I think liquors show up. How many rounds do I have? Okay, I have enough. There will be more flame rounds. It's really the acid rounds that I want to make sure I have. Here. Yeah, boy. Yeah, boy. I hear him. Fuck off, Mr. X. I don't think he comes up here, but I could be very wrong. He might. He probably will. There's no way he doesn't hear this. But like I said, I think a liquor shows up. Yep. Where they at, though? Where they at, though? Where they at, though? Alright, it is... Ram Harpbird. Ram Harpbird. Somebody just shit their hands and just fucking enter this? What is that? Yeah! And then now... Now I gotta go to the basement area. Yeah, activate the goddess tattoo. Oh, it's not gonna let me though. Just run for it, Joey. Go around. Fuck off. damn it. It's all the goddamn fun. Jerry, fuck off! My god! What do my blinds ever do to you? It's like right behind me. That's okay. I'm pretty sure there's a checkpoint, and we're just gonna escape. We're just gonna go. Even though... we're fine. We'll be back with more items to use. How much ammo do I have? I have enough. Yeah, my cat has energy right now. Let's go! Even though I should go to an item box, because I think this is where I use the... yeah. God fucking damn it. Actually, no, there's an item box in here. Right. Yep. Taking you out. And then... storing you, because I don't think I need you right now. I don't need you! I think we're good. Ooh, even better. Also, this almost looks like the Baker estate, but I think that's RPD. Back as a mansion. Or as a museum is what I meant to say. Stupid! What is this? Oh, shit. We got a unicorn, a lion, and where's the maiden? Where's the lady? Handgun ammo. Well, it makes 9mm handgun ammo, which you should have fucking told me, game. Here I am trying to make the 45, but no. Alright, let's save. Let's get the fuck out of here, boy. Miller time, baby. Ooh, fuck. This is the Birkin fight. Number 1. Is this not where? There it is. Yeah. Examine. Oh. Typo shito. Is that racist? Oh, nice. You typed your typo shito. Now, does this count as spoilers? Oh, wait, I thought you were Angel. It's not supposed to be LMAO. Suppressor? Really, for this? Wait. Oh! Oh, shit. Wait, really? Suppressor the sound of gunfire acts as a counterweight to greatly reduce muzzle rise. We got fucking stability, baby. And no, it doesn't count as spoilers because I'm not going to remember. Fair. Extremely high rate of fire. Usually used for spraying an area with bullets. I'm going to spray some zombies with bullets. Also going to spray Claire with my DNA. Oh, what? I'm going to take that back out. Oh, we're done here. Get rid of that shit. Even though I would keep it. I should be wearing my S.t.a.R.S badge right now. But what up, Demi? AG? What do you go by? I'll call you Demigod. So wait, is there some more stuff down here? Give her all the spray. What up, Cash Cow? You join at the best moments. How you doing, dude? Oops, I gave her too many chromosomes. You're tripping, man. This character is a babe. Either one. I'm gonna call you Demi. Like Demi Moore. Is this locked? I think I come back through here. Yeah. What up, Cash Cow? What are you up to? Are you gone? This motherfucker, I swear. He'll come by, sub, and then just leave.
Hello? Hello?
Thinking about Demi Moore and striptease now. Thanks, ha ha ha. I get it. Maybe I'm being a dick about it, but dude, she's built like a fucking man in that movie. I don't know if that was the fucking G.I. Jane muscle or what. And also, those boobies look sculpted, dog.
Hello?
So, I don't want to be too mean here.
Hey,
But yeah, you're welcome.
won't hurt you, I promise.
I think they were filmed at the same time.
Do you need help?
Dude, I haven't seen striptease since I was like, funny enough, a child. Also, what happened to my frame rate? Is it just not my end? No, it looks good.
Sorry, I can't understand you.
My OBS is like choppy as fuck.
You need help.
Why?
Yeah, I'm not anti-boob job at all, but hers looked real, like real bolt-ons. Yeah, dude. They were like, like peel off the adhesive tape and smack a titty on. That's what they did. Is it good though? I don't remember. I just remember her fake ass titties, and then I remember Burt Reynolds being in there for some reason. Oh shit, Lethal Weapons. Yeah, dude, those things will take somebody out. And like I said, dude, she was like I like muscle, but dude, she looks like she can kick all of her asses. Ah! Don't touch me! How much space do I have? Okay. Baka! Okay, he's stunned, so I can get by him. I'm not trapped anymore! I'm pretty sure I haven't seen that movie since I was a kid. Yeah, dude, I'm not kidding. I was, for sure, less than maybe 10. I think I was like in 3rd grade last time, maybe 4th last time I saw that movie. And I'm pretty sure I only saw it because I knew there was titties in there. Don't tell my mom. Don't tell my mom, I'm gonna get in trouble. Ah! Oh, shit. Wait, do I have a sub-weapon equipped? I do. Man, this game is great. Oh shit! Oh, Lord, he moving. Oh, they got slave feet. Oh shit, he's right behind me. He's clipping the camera. Where you at? 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 Where they at? Though? Where they at? Though?
Where is it?
Where they at? Though? Where they at? Though? I really gotta get a second camera so I can actually do that. That'd be amazing. The slideshow is lit. Is it really choppy? Sorry. It looks beautiful for me. But I'm not important here. I want you guys to have a good show. Frame rate went dead. Oh shit! Did it really? Okay, I'm sorry guys. I see it. Actually, that's bad. Godspeed. It'll get better, I promise. Oh shit, this is dead end. Oh, my clue's pointing to the right.
Frank, seriously, I have such a raging clue right now. I think we better follow it. Okay,
Where does your clue lead? My clue leads to a higher frame rate.
Godspeed.
I think we better follow it. Oh. Oh boy. Someone play the Benny Hill theme. I keep my childhood fantasy and ignore y'all. That's fine. I mean, to each their own.
Oh, crap.
Hopefully the frame rate fucking chilled. I think it was the smoke that did it, which is crazy. I only see 11% of my CPU. God damn, game. It's the smoke, I think. Did it chill? Chill.
Hey, little girl.
Joey likes Downsy girls. He can't talk. She's not Downsy. You're Downsy. Look at her.
It's over.
Fine. More Claire from me.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I promise. Everything's fine. I just need you to lower that ladder for me.
Will you help me find my mom?
Your mom is down here?
I think so.
Leave Claire Redfield alone. That's a dated reference.
Yeah. Of course.
Taking y'all back to 2006. Fuck, we're old. Is there ammo and shit down here still? Sorry about the frame rate. It's probably still shitty. I'm leaving soon, I promise. Okay, we're clear. Got it all, baby.
This way.
Not the boss of me, bitch. We not old? How old are you? If you don't mind me asking. I'm just gonna combine it. Oh! 33? Okay, I'm 35! And yeah, that's old. Old enough to party. There you go. That's a good answer. 33. Might as well be dead. Tell me about it.
It won't move.
Living on borrowed time here. Damn. No, I think Jay's the oldest one here. You old fuck.
So, what's your mom like?
She works at Umbrella.
You have any idea how fast you were going?
Making an important new medicine.
License and registration, young lady.
Big pharmaceutical company?
Also,
My mom's
this is
upset.
America. Why you dressed like,
I don't get to see her much.
you know, a Japanese schoolgirl?
Hopefully you'll get to see her again.
Look like Sailor Moon, bitch. Alright, let's go. We don't wear that in America. Only sailors do. My soul is young. That's a great outlook.
So, where's your dad?
Yeah, I wake up every morning. I get the crust out of my eyes. I'm just like,
He's gone.
Wow. Both of my parents are gone. It's just me and my brother.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Don't be.
and then I drink my water.
Right?
And I go pee. Take a shower and get ready for work. I need more of a high grade, god damn it. Give me this bullshit. Or I can make acid rounds. Or no, I'm good on that. Y'all old. What up, Paul? What are you up to, man? I know. Rub it in. No. JK. I really do exaggerate. Even though I don't know. I don't like you to do it. We're all younger than Paul and feels dry. It's still dry. He's still in his 30s, right? And Paul feels dry is 40, playing Rocket League. Are you playing with Cyber? Also, Paul, are you still down for Resident Evil Outbreak? Now that Cyber's computer is working, it's actually a possibility to play that soon. Oh, excuse me. God damn. Yeah, let me know when. We'll do. This game, I got like... See, I could probably finish it tonight, but... I'll finish it tomorrow. And after this is 3. I'll finish that Friday. So I'm give me like a week. Oh, fuck, because I have to go over to Cyrus to do it. Alright, I can't do it this weekend, but next weekend I can. And then I'll get that set up, and then that week after, we should be good to go. Man up and beat it tonight. Motherfucker, I have a full-time job, okay? I might, we'll see. I know this version, or this second run is supposed to be shorter. I think I could finish it tonight. What do you think? 2-3 hours?
In my head for the rest of the day.
This is Lemon's second favorite one. What up, Lemon?
Okay, that's enough of that.
No, not playing with Cyber. He was selling drugs with Amanda tonight. Hey, BB! What up, dude? Speaking of downsies. No, I'm just kidding. Wait. Oh, here's the cutscene. Got it. Okay, here we go.
Damn it. Need a key card.
Jay, are you even going to be up all night to watch my stream, young man?
Here, come out. And you're sure this is the way?
Probably.
This is how my mom.
Yeah, I'll give it a couple more hours. I'll play till 1. I'll give you 2 more hours. Unless I get sleepy.
I've been looking everywhere for you, Sherry.
It's fair.
Brave little girl to leave your house in the middle of this mess.
Need something to goon to?
On the ground, hands behind your head.
Goon to this.
Can't be serious.
On the ground, now.
With some brown nip.
Sherry, tie your hands.
How are you doing?
Shut up. Tie. Okay then.
And this little bitch came and tie her shoes, dude. What do you mean, tie her up? Dude, if it was me, I'd be like... I'd tie it and be like... I left it a little loose for you. Pull the long string and you're out.
Child endangerment for starters. Sherry. Come here.
What are you gonna do to her?
None of your fucking business.
You hurt her.
Yeah, I haven't flashed my streamers in a minute.
Sherry, get over here.
Don't you ever kick my trisomy shoddy again.
What's your fucking name?
Claire!
Sherry, you come with me now, or say goodbye to Claire.
Okay, I'll go.
I'll go! Fuck!
You better be taking me to my mom.
Absolutely.
Don't listen to him, he's shit.
Stop hurting her, please.
Don't tell me how to do my job.
Stop. Let me go. Let me go.
Obviously, nobody taught you manners. We'll fix that. Oh, yes, we will.
Let me go.
Motherfucker! I like this part.
I'll get you, you fucker!
Oh, man, dude. When Capcom is on it, they're on it, dude. This game is great. I love this game.
Stay safe, Sherry. Okay.
Alright.
Key card.
And then the doggies show up.
And that asshole gets what's coming to him.
And that motherfucker gets what's coming to him. What's the line from Pulp Fiction? Nobody fucking move! Do I have anything in there? Okay. I don't know why they always had to make Claire be slobbering out of the corner of her mouth like that. I know why. I don't know where I was going with that. Fuck, where am I going? Okay. This is where doggies show up, and doggies are tough. But, got a mouse and keyboard, baby! Okay. Oh, I hear something. Hello? Oh, shit! Fucking liquors. Fuck. Alright. Let's go say hi. Are you trying to flank me? The fuck? Wait. What? They're in the walls. They're in the goddamn walls. Oh shit, there's another one. They can't open doors. I'm fine. Liquor's a woman's best friend. I'm pretty sure their tongues are barbed, so maybe not. But I'm picking up what you're putting down. Boom! Don't touch me, you bitch! Alright, I think that's actually it for the liquors. Could be wrong. Probably am. Because I haven't played second run in a minute. As much as I love these games, I never play them, like, they come out, and then I'll play it, like, 3 times. And then I'll touch it a year later, you know?
Sure it wasn't because after the thing that happened to me, no one could look at me without dying.
Hey, Demi, are you a Resident Evil fan?
You sure about that? You sure about that's not why?
Oh. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. A little. Which ones do you like the most? What are your favorites? Do you have one? Resident Evil's like my favorite thing, you know? Like, I think the only thing I loved more than Resident Evil would be like my grandma, you know? Good night. Oh, peace out, dude. RE6. I think you're trolling, but I'm actually a RE6 defender. Peace out, Bloody. Hey, wait. You want to shout out? Everybody, actually, I'm doing some shouts real quick. The Bloody Kotex is one of my best fucking friends ever. For real, for real. I've known him since like what, 2009,
One's around B-bomb. Ooh, okay.
10, something like that. He's a good dude, plays lots of shooters. Biggest Rainbow Six fan I fucking know. RE6 is shit. It's the shit. RE6, yeah, your boy likes RE6. Sheva, dude.
Capcom's by me.
I think Sheva might be. I think Sheva's my RE Bay. My favorite one. I want that one. Actually, I want them all. But if I had to pick one, Sheva, for show.
Baba Booey.
Baba Booey. Yeah, he plays a lot of Rainbow Six. He's probably going to be streaming.
It's like I'm over here killing 2 people.
Lady D. She's after. Okay, so I have
it's like what? It's like
this game left, which I'll finish by tomorrow. And then, like I said, RE3 remake. That's you could beat that in a sitting. You could beat that in 2 hours if you know what you're doing. It's been a few years. I'm tempted to do New Game Plus, but I'll just do a single stream. That's all it takes. It's like 5 hours tops. I know, right? RE baby mama. That I would beat that though. Oh, I would beat that. What up, Assad? How you doing? Oh.
I'm proud of you, you know that.
I'm proud of you!
I hope you do.
Who else is here? Who else is here, actually? Jay Conkers. Are we going down the list? Okay, we do some shots real quick. 11-11. I wish a nigga would. Assad is literally 12 hours away. It's cool. Not 12 hours away, but he's like opposite side of the world. Is that Fortnite? That's Fortnite. Alright, we got Jake Conkers. He's the Lex Luthor to my Superman. He's the Joker to my Batman. I'm just kidding. No, he's fucking awesome. This motherfucker streamed every Castlevania game ever, except like that weird multiplayer only Xbox Arcade one. Don't worry about that one though. We don't talk about that one. But great streamer, dedicated, probably the most consistent streamer I personally know. And then we got his motherfucking brother up in the mix. 20-minute power fap. He's the battery to your smoke detector. Dude, for real? Dantre's last stream, it was going off constantly. It was cracking me up, man.
You're not. You're in Seattle.
Honestly, these motherfuckers need to play more games together. And Sheva, come on over here, Sheva. For real. Demi, do you stream?
Calling it here.
No, that was great.
We beat the game. We're like at the end.
No, now we got 2 more to go.
I'm going down the list. Let me do some shots real quick, okay? Then we got AG. Yeah, but falling asleep. Catch you later. Sometimes. No clips? No clips. Peace out, Bloody. Thank you for hanging out. Have a great night. Who else is here? We got Lemon Wedges. All right, this motherfucker, another one of my best friends, who I think I've known about as long as Bloody. One of my old roommates, Lemon Wedges. That son of a bitch. No, he's awesome. Plays a lot of random games. Gunner games, like Stellar Blade. Lots of shooters like Halo. He played through Fear. I think Fear 1 and 2. Oh, I made this clip. Good dude, good streamer. You guys should check him out. And we got your boy 92. He's one of the newest members of our circle, but good dude, nice guy, entertaining streamer. Let's get this motherfucker affiliated. He's got the follows. I think you just need. Actually,
I speak train.
You have the follows yet? I forget.
Sister. Hey, that Mr.
Very nice dude. Check his streams out. Very inviting, very welcoming, very demure. Do people still say that? And then me. Because I'm a prick. I'm gonna have an NPC stream now. Oh yeah, I remember this. Gang gang. They'll be literally like just gang gang, gang gang. These nuts, gang gang. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. These nuts. Ha, got him. X-Men 97. X-Men 97. That game sucks dick. Yeah, that's Lemon telling me to shut the fuck up. Hello, shut the fuck up. Unsubbed. Better than RE6. No. RE6 is fun. Jay, you really are missing out. I wish you saw the light. It's not a bad game. Like I was saying earlier, I think it's a great game. I think it's a bad Resident Evil. You know? Maybe if they marketed it as more of a spin-off than 6, maybe it would have fared better, but I think it's a good game. Not just with a buddy, even though that definitely is amazing. It's one of the best co-op games I've ever fucking played. And I'm not coping, what are we gonna say? Well, wait. You guys were on a roll last time. Doing the copain or something. You guys were cracking me up. It's alright, admit you're wrong. Yeah, you guys were on a roll with the copium stuff last time. That was awesome. Like, I was learning shit I didn't even know. Alright, this motherfucker's gonna wake up. Let me... Do I have a knife? I do have a knife. Baka! Got he! No, I'm low on ammo. Fuck. Ooh, autopsy record 53477. Name of deceased Justin Hansen, male, Caucasian, 39 years old. Observations: found dead in cell bed by staff. Justin didn't hang himself. Hands are still clenched tight due to rigor mortis, which should be coming to an end. It's highly likely that he just died after lights out. Deceased was a known kleptomaniac, incarcerated multiple times, incredibly. He would even steal it while in jail, though that was consistent with his clinical diagnosis. The graphics in this remake is how I thought the graphics looked when the original first... Yeah, dude, this is... I mean, I wouldn't go that far, but this is like what we like imagined, you know? Because, you know, like some of these games, it's like they looked and felt certain ways. Like one of the things I liked was, because I upscale my PS2, like through external video processors, like a Retro Tank and an M Classic and stuff like that. But when Lemon was my roommate, he had said that it looks like how it felt. It looks like how we remember it looking. You know what I mean? And I was like, yeah. It doesn't work miracles, but it brings back the vision. When I played the original, man, the graphics aren't going to get any better than this. See, I felt that way, funny enough, with, at the time when I had the Dreamcast, Soul Calibur. I was like, no. We're there. This guy's going to have a seizure or something like that. I'm going to take this. Give me that shit. Actually, he might wake up. One of these guys, like, kind of has a seizure or something. Also, buy that merch. Buy that merch. I actually have to pretty up that fucking... You know what's funny? I've had like 3 sales on my merch store since I've started streaming. But my Etsy, though, my Etsy be popping sometimes. Actually, I'm running a sale right now. I think it's 40% off till... Is it? Is it the end of the week? I think it might be the end of the week. I'm going to bootleg your merch. That's fine. You can have it. Boom! Bitch. I really am running out of ammo. What is that? Oh, the key. The key. Zipline. Where's Rigor Mortis guy? It's over here, isn't he? LMAO. Just like I bootlegged that Marlboro cigarette shirt. Oh, that was actually a really nice shirt. What do you mean you bootlegged it? Do you have a like a printer or a press? Is that what it's called? Damn, it's fucking rolls. Not gonna lie, the movement doesn't feel as good as it would on controller, but the aiming, I'm like, oh, this more than wakes up for it. Well, I got the key. That's all I needed. Now we gotta fight the doggies, which I'm gonna use this because I'm scared. I went to the mall and it had it made. Nice. Oh, I didn't know that. Good shit, dude. Through the kennel. I got these other rooms to check out. Alright. I miss Ada. Come back to me, baby. Remake Ada is best Ada. Ada. There used to be a great tower alone on the sea. You became... I'm singing this to remake Claire. A light on the dark side of me. Love for me. I'll stop. I take my shirt off and there's like a fan. Oh! Uh-oh. Wait. I gotta fucking run. Right? Yeah. Actually, can I run this way? Ah! Okay. Oh, we got some Zambonis in here. God damn it. Oh, shit. I got acid rounds I'm missing out on. Equipment disposal notice. Okay, imagine if Kiss by a Rose was actually sung by Seal and not the artist and talked about the animal. Oh, by us, Seal, not the artist, and talk about the animal. I think I know what you're saying. That would be kind of funny. That's basically the Super Bowl commercial. Equipment disposal notice. Item to be disposed. Key to patrol car 7439. Details. Bent key, no longer usable, but can still open the car doors and trunk with its keyless entry buttons.
That are far though.
Shit, oh, Lord, they coming. It's right here, isn't it? I'll not combine it, examine it. Silly. Ah! So the problem is, I don't know if anybody ever uses 3D software, like Blender or Maya. Typically, you use the right mouse button to rotate the camera and stuff. That's what I'm trying to do. But here, right mouse button is exit, you know? So I keep doing that every time I try to examine a 3D object here. That's just how you rotate the camera, usually. You know what I'm saying? Right. About to run out of ammo. Oh shit, that's fucking awesome. Ah! Stay down. Stay down. Message from Mr. Raccoon. Howdy, boys and girls. It's your pal from Raccoon City Zoo. It's always great to see you. Today, I want to talk to you about something really important to me. You know my popular Mr. Raccoon toys? Well, I heard some back kids have been using them for target practice, and that makes me real sad. Good little kids wouldn't be that mean, right? Plus, it's super dangerous, so don't do it. Anyway, see you at the zoo. Mr. Raccoon out. I don't know how to give him a full ass. Was sung by an actual seal. Oh, goddamn! Like, that was like, dude, it's been like 5 business days since that message. Ooh, fuck! I need ammo. Not herbs. I picture Mr. Raccoon talking more like Mr. Hanky from South Park. See, I was actually kind of imagining Mr. DNA from Jurassic Park, the dinosaur. You know that guy? That one. That's what I imagined. Ooh, shit. Yeah, boy. I was target practice. Is it because I found him last time? Nice. Nice. That arf, though. Dude, seals are awesome. They're like ocean puppies, you know? Or what about Whistling Willie from Aqua Teen Hunger Force? I don't remember Whistling Willie. Don't touch me, don't touch me, don't touch me. Okay. Oh, fuck, there's a liquor in here. Alright, we're gonna walk to the right. Hopefully. Alright, we're running. And we're running, and we're running. Okay. Oh, shit! He was right there. Whistling Willie was an action figure Meatwad wanted to get. He was only one episode. I must have seen it at some point, because I'm pretty sure I've seen every episode. I didn't see that last movie that they made, though. They got like a movie like, what, a year or two ago? 2, 3 years ago? Some shit. Recent. I never saw it. Examined. Fuck, I keep doing it. Boop, boop. Discard. What we got? Item box? Or, pouch? A gun? Motherfucker. Where's the nearest item box? Oh, yeah, it's down there. Wild Brasilia. Oh, nice. I actually like Brasilia. Poke shop. Ultra Ball 5. I have enough. I'm broke. Oh, nice. All right. Let's go. Ah! For now. It was a marvel of firepower at the time due to how many rounds it could hold. Oh, I was hoping for like actual fucking motherfuckers up, you know? And then I think we're good for the most part. Okay. Can I go this way? Also, how much health do I have? No, I cannot. I could run back in for that herb. I'll do that. No item gets left behind. knife. Get off my knife. One of the coldest lines I've ever heard in any slasher. Chucky, a real one for that. Think I'll make it? I don't. Whee! Ah, shit! Alright. That worked out. Bitch. Still not dead? Dude. Hi, Jay. Alright, let's go back. I want to striptease now. I'm just curious. I have no idea what that movie was about. Like I said, I just remember Demi Moore's rock hard titties. Gunpowder, gunpowder. Hi, Jay. Yeah, hi. Wait, did you not redeem it? Oh, it was your boy. My bad. You're the only one that redeems it, so I assumed it was you. The persona thing. P4D, P4G. Yeah, he stole my thing. Yeah, aside from this instance, I think you're the only person that's ever redeemed that. Isn't that special? Taking it all. Should I make submachine gun ammo? Or should I make acid rounds? Can I even make it back here? Or do I have to? Let's see. Let's see where we're going. Because I honestly don't remember if I'm going the right way or not. I'm out of stock? Dang. It's all good, man. Thank you for the redeem. I'm pretty sure I'm going the wrong way. Can I? It's funny, the same thing happened when I was playing as Leon in VR. That one time it worked. Still annoyed by that. Yeah, I'm going the wrong way. Like an ad break. Wait, weren't we just in an ad break? What are you doing, game? Alright. Where do? Where do and how do? I don't know about the ad break. I sub. Well, you should still be notified when it happens, but thank you for the sub, dude. Appreciate that. It means a lot. You know, the greatest things in life are free, but you know what isn't? Food and my phone bill. Oh, wait, no, I've been in there. Have I? Oh, shit. There's a whole ass door here I didn't even explore. Were you always open? So, what's my health at? Caution? I'm fine.
Must be where that guy came from.
That's where that bitch is. Raccoon Monthly. Food's free. It just depends on what you want to eat. Shrooms. Right now, probably pizza. That'd be kind of cool. Come. Sydney Sweeney. I got nothing. Nice snake. Just unhinge your jaw for that. I would. I'd be like, ah. I'd be like the mummy. Ah. Attention all Raccoon City heroes. Who's the most feared yet respected man in town? The answer should be obvious to any resident of our fair city. That's right. Diaz Boa. It's Police Chief Brian Irons, the man that scares the bejesus out of criminals everywhere and stern father that loves every last one. Let's say last minute. Every last one of us sinful citizens. Flo from the Progressive commercials. Honestly, Flo could get it. Loki get it. Chill's as fuck and was like a 4 to begin with. I thought she was cute. I thought she was cute. I mean, I wouldn't go like, oh, she's fucking hot, you know, but I think she could get it. Chief Iron is known for his great charity work, including big contributions to the orphanage, support for abused women, art preservation, animal conservation. This motherfucker's like the biggest taxidermist ever. Let us know if we've missed anything. Murder. I got something for her. Just when does our great hero sleep? When asked, the city is my extended family. I don't know why I was thinking. I was trying to do the trucker voice from the beginning of RE2. The why'd he bite me? Anyway, I'm just doing what I do for my family. Chief Iron said with a soft smile. And your family.
Bastard is the police chief.
Firing range. Got the B1 map, baby. Do I even have room for that? I do now. The fuck is this? GM79? Wait, what is the GM79? Oh. Oh, an old fashioned. Nice. And then. Alright, you go there, you go there, you go there, you go there, and then you go there. 4 centimeters of pleasure. Dang, do I gotta go back to the item box already? Holy fuck. It's called The Bullet Train. I actually like that movie a lot. That movie was way better than I expected. Express elevator at the chief's office, not for general use. Does chief have an item box in there? Hope so. Even though it's honestly not that far, I should just run to the, yeah. I'm gonna go to the item box right now. Just because I don't know. I don't know if there's one like coming up right here. I'm just gonna go back. You go that way, I'll go home. We are both ventriloquists. We are both ventriloquists. We practiced every day. Ooh, this is good. Store. Pick out. Fine. Fuck yeah, bruh. Bruv. Yeah, right. I think we're good. It's fun. What? Oh, I forgot I even had that. I forgot I even had that one. Thanks for the redeem, dude. Oh, wait, I didn't mean to do that. Store you and take a green herb. Do I not have a green herb? Oh, blue herb. Put you back. I forgot I even had that one. Damn, I want to go to the sewers. Sewers is the worst part of this game. Ooh, sorry. I should just make more handgun ammo too while I'm here. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. Sorry for saying sorry so much. And then sorry for that sorry. And then I'm sorry for that sorry. Gunpowder. Gunpowder. Because now that I actually have a 9mm gun. Pa! You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna save anyway. You wanna know why? Because fuck it! Alright. Honestly, what I should have done is next time I do this one, because this is not gonna be the last time I stream this game. I love this game. Next time I stream it, I'll be on hardcore mode, so I can use the ink ribbons. It's a fun mechanic. I just try to get through all these, you know. And at least it's not on easy. Cyber talk shit, but he played these games on assisted. It's canon. He did it. Wait, it's this way. And I only did that because he was giving me shit for playing or sucking at legendary mode in Halo. I was a butthurt, and I was like, at least I didn't play this on assisted. And then, oh my god, dude, never get into an insulting match with Cyber. You'll lose. That fucker is a different species. I'm gonna give him a shout out. Tight. If you guys want one of the most entertaining streamers, one of the most thoughtful people, and just good dudes, check out Cyber Lycan. Another one of my best friends from school. This guy's awesome, and also he's also like he's like he's like the John Wick of talking shit. It's amazing. I hate entertaining streamers. Sorry. I fucking love Cyber. This dude's awesome. And I admire his shit talking ability. I'm like, god damn, dude. Like, I remember I was playing Halo and I'm just like, stop it! Copy of emails to Chief Irons. Police Chief Irons, as a thank you for your unwavering support, I've deposited a small sum into your account to use as you see fit. I hope I can count on you to maintain surveillance over your subordinates, especially the ones who survived that mansion. Get rid of them if you must. WB, that's William Birkin. Baby, I can't pet you if you run away from me when I go. Come here. Such a brat. So she wants pets and cuddles and shit, but she likes it on the carpet, you know? Like, God forbid I pet her right here. I have to wear like a body cam or something someday so you guys can see just how much of a cute brat this cute little pussy is. I love that cat. Police Chief Irons, I ran into some trouble with Umbrella headquarters. The suits want to take the fruit of my research away, but don't worry, this will all blow over soon. By the old glory hole. You just keep doing what I tell you and everything will be alright. Are you a cop though? No. What are you up to, man? Police Chief Irons, you are up to the... Wait. You are to up the security. Okay, sorry. You are to up the security around my lab. Your muscleheads are to shoot any suspicious person on site. Doesn't matter if they kill them or even if they're Umbrella employees. I'm so close to completing G, and no asshole is going to get in my way. Police Chief Irons, get your shit together and do your fucking job. I told you I need more security in the sewers. Don't you know how critical of a time this is for me? As for the money, I can pay you whatever once I take over, but not before. Why don't you get that? This guy's awesome. Never forget how expendable you are. Hey, raccoon. What else we got in here? Ooh, there is an item box. I backtracked for nothing. And there's a typewriter. Boop. You're gonna go this way. Right? Yep. Private collection, which I think is locked. I need the plaques. Placed in the original one. Like, I love this game, but I keep doing that. Even with the remake of the original, I keep crossing wires, you know what I mean? Like, I think of items and key items that I need for the original RE2, and I'm like, does that apply to this one? No. And then the remake and the original of one, I did the same shit there. Damn, dude, I didn't know dodo birds were that big. All right. Wait, do we actually have real taxidermy dodo birds? Let me look it up. Okay. Dodo bird. Taxidermy? There are no complete taxidermy specimens of dodo. The Oxford dodo is the only surviving dodo soft tissue consisting of, I don't know why this is important, but it is to me, of a head and skin. Many dodo specimens displayed in museums are actually reconstructions or franken-dodos made from various bird parts or modern replicas, as modern taxidermy techniques were not available when dodos became extinct. A separate incident in 1755 involved the destruction of the last complete taxidermy specimen. Dang. How big were dodo birds? Sorry, I don't know why I care, but I do. God damn it. Man, this bird looked dumb as fuck. When I think of dodos, I think of the last melon from Ice Age. How did they know what the dodo bird looked like if it was extinct long before? It wasn't extinct that long ago. And there's fossil specimens, dog. Dodo bird extinction. They went extinct. Let's see. The last widely accepted sighting of a dodo was in 1662. You could take pictures back then, dog. I think. When was the camera invented? But yeah, they weren't extinct that long ago. There's fossils. There's probably scientific sketchings and shit. We know what dodos look like. Okay, do you want something to think about? This Abraham Lincoln was alive during the time of the samurai and Victorian era and cowboys. Did you know that Cleopatra is closer to the invention of the iPhone than the actual building of the pyramids? And did you know that when the pyramids were built, there were still woolly mammoths? Okay. And, no, I'm just kidding. Did you know Cleopatra isn't even from Egypt, but she was a princess in Egypt? She wasn't? Where's she from? Oh, she's descended from the founder Ptolemy. First, Sauter? A Macedonian Greek general and companion to Alexander the Great. Her first language was Greek, and she's only the Ptolemaic ruler known to have learned the Egyptian language. Dog, I didn't know this. Bitch was Greek? The whole world's crumbling right now. They don't even know when the pyramids were built. Mainstream theory is retarded and easily disproven. They're much older. Thanks, Jay. I didn't know that. Relief. Oh, the heart key. Examine. Ah, fuck. Examine. So in all the movies and books and everything, Cleopatra should look Greek, not even Egyptian or black. Well, I don't think she's ever been portrayed as black, to be honest. I feel like I should have known that she was Greek and not actually of Egypt. That lying bitch. No. Apparently she was fine shit, which, who knows what that would have been like in ancient Egypt. Probably like a modern day 4. People are like, oh my god. She's not an inbred hillbilly freak. She's so hot. Wait, did I read this one? Taxidermy log. White-tailed deer, male, approximately 6 years old. Place of capture, Arklay Mountains. Length, 6'1". Weight, 353 pounds. Pleased with how it turned out, but I'm getting tired of working on these puny things. Maybe time to move on to more challenging animals. Siberian tiger. Ooh, that's illegal. Male, approximately 4 years old. Place of capture? Karbovsk Krai. I don't know. 9'6". God damn, those things are big. Why? Wait. 529 pounds. I nearly came. I nearly came when I sliced this yellow belly open and its warm gut spilled out. Jesus Christ, you're a freak. I still smell of wild beasts. This is the life. Macedon was the greatest empire in history at the times and split into 3 separate kingdoms when Alexander died. When someone says, oh yeah, I've heard that theory actually. I'm not disproving it by saying it's a theory. It's just, But the pyramids were basically like under new management, right? By the time the Egyptians came along. When someone says, I'm tired of working on these puny animals, time to move on to bigger ones, I automatically assume they're going to say human next. Oh, no, we're getting here. We're getting there. Pig, female, 22 years old. Place of capture, Raccoon City. Length, 5'3". Pigs are that big? Weight, 110 pounds. Specimen's body is soft, sweet, and white all over. It's all mine forever. Yeah, he moves on to people. It wasn't about the pyramids. It was about Cleopatra not being Egyptian. Oh, okay. But I remember hearing, at least in regards to, wait, did I? Okay. The, what was I thinking of? The Sphinx. A lot of people say it was like, it actually was like a lion or something like that, and then they just carved motherfucker's face into it. So yeah, I'm sure that does extend to the pyramids. But I don't know. I don't know. High grade. Let's see shit. Fuck. I just leave it, Joey. Craft when you need it, motherfucker. I don't need a grenade. I sure as hell like one. Alright, let's save again. Private collection. Okay. There's a store. They fucked up carving a person's face and someone told them it was supposed to be a lion, so they just said, no, I did like that on purpose. Person's face on a lion's body is gonna look cool. They'll talk about it for years. Very nice. Fuck, Mr. X is gonna show up. Wait, what's down here? I think a liquor shows up, actually. I'm scared. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Fuck. It's gonna break through. Hold on, I got something for you. Actually, you know what I could do? I could cheat. But I'm not gonna. Don't break the glass, 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 don't break the glass. Don't break it, 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 don't break it. Hold on, hold on. I'll read all that in a second. I see a fucking novella over there. Don't break it, 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 don't break it. Okay. Ha, bitch. Okay. And you. Okay. The Sphinx is so old, it has a massive water erosion, making it probably at least... Yeah, I knew about that. Because, yeah. At least 10,000 years older than the experts have claimed. The reason the head is way too small for the body is believed to be... It was originally a lion's head, yeah, that they carved in, yeah. But after severe damage and erosion, they recarved what was left into what was probably a contemporary king's face or a god at the time. Yeah, I knew that one.
What the hell is up with you?
We done with this key yet? No. How about you? That's right. I don't even think she gets the club key. Ooh, I'll take that. I'll buy that for $1. My cat is on crack right now. Let me out. Oh, nice. Fuck. A liquor breaks in, I think, doesn't it? Ooh, I'm so scared. Okay, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna use this. It's fine. I have more. I'm gonna grab this. And I'm gonna fucking run because... Yep. Is there anything in here? Okay. Fuck! Fucking kidding me? Alright. Wait, where'd he go? Oh, there he is. Hi! There we go. That's the combination that I needed. 6211. Let me take a picture. Even though I can just look at the document, but it's fine. My phone's right here, you know? My cat is... She's got all the energy right now. It's kind of cute. Date, August 14th, 1998. Location, RPD 2, second floor, waiting room. A suspicious man was found at the location listed above. When confronted by an officer, he tried to escape by acting confused, but was arrested. A note he had on him was confiscated. Remarks. It's not like everyone doesn't know who it is. It's Justin Hansen. Oh, the kleptomaniac they were talking about. Age 39, city resident, single, and a regular fixture in our jail. He wasn't a bad guy per se, just a little bit of a bird brain kleptomaniac. Can't believe he tried to pull a fast one in the police station. Of all places, though. This scrap paper in a plastic bag. Why is the combination never 420? Oh, that's a good question, dude. Save the ammo. You get the fuck out of here! Okay, go! Oh shit, that was close. I saw his claws. Alright, Shuri. Calm down. Actually, no. Get it out of your system now. Go for it. Go wild. Go crazy. Examine. Okay. Watch me suck at this, guys. Fuck! Wait. Got it. It's the key. Yep, sorry part. Yep, got it. It's good shot at me, actually. You still undead in there? Yeah, you are, boy. Yeah, you are, boy. Hey, hey, hey. Look at me, Hector. Look at me, Hector. Ah, fuck it. See you later. Watch, Mr. X is gonna show up right now. Just ruin my goddamn day. Okay, you go. I don't need any of that right now. Or do I? I could make more submachine gun ammo. Also have to pee. Be right back. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, our brother's dead. Sorry to break the news to you this way. It's okay. Hey, hey. If you need anything, okay? I'll be here for you, okay? We're gonna get through this, alright? Whatever you need, babe. Whatever you need. He looked pretty dead, yeah. The guy was purple, okay? It's okay. You need a shoulder to cry on. Mine's always open.
Heyo. Ew. Ew. Damn, dude. What the fuck were you drinking? You rocking it. Am I going the right way? Wait. No. No, I can't go up. Why can't I look up and go there? I'm trying. Don't you dare. Don't you dare fail me, game. Don't you fucking dare fail me. This is on you, not me. Fuck! Fucking bitch. I can't aim up. How am I supposed to go there if I can't look there? I thought I was going the right way.
Okay, alright.
Alright, nobody back. Nobody panic, I'm back.
Hello.
Gonna try to go back to sleep, Shoddy. I hope you're having a great stream. I'm having an alright stream. I miss you, Shoddy. I hope you get all the rest. And I hope you get to hang out soon. Good night and good morning, good looking. Mwah! Mwah! Oh shit, my monitor. I was trying to be funny. Oops. Alright, we're good. Good night. You're probably in an ad. You didn't see any of that. Good night. What am I doing? Maybe I should bring some acid rounds or something. No, I think one's good. Yeah, we're fine. And then next up, we are going... That's locked, so we have to go upstairs. There's some shit in there. T. Okay, and then... Oh, wait. Really? Oh! Okay, I know exactly where we're at. Alright. I'm probably not going to finish this tonight. That's okay. You know why? We have all of tomorrow. Not all of tomorrow. You know what I'm saying. All tomorrow night. Definitely taking this with me. Damn it! Okay. Anything else in here? Alright, let's go drop all that shit off. Maybe I should make some more, yeah, I'm gonna make some, machine gun ammo. Nope, stop it. Wait. Did I fuck up? I meant to do this, but it was offering... Am I tripping? Tripping. Put you back, store you, and I have 11, which is not bad, all things considered. Don't need you. I'll take you. Yeah, let me take 2 of these out. I could make more acid rounds, but I'm gonna hold on to those for a second. Alright, then you're my main weapon right now. Fuck. I'll store the rest. Alright. Man, I know I'm gonna run into a zombie, and it's probably... Okay, I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I just get so indecisive and scared a little bit. Where'd I put it? Cool. Because there's at least one zombie up there. Balcony, e-storage. I'm gonna fall if I go down there. I don't want to zigzag anymore. Fuck. I just... The whole point was even going in there was... Nah, whatever. Sorry, guys. Yeah. Ooh, I don't even have any healing items. Damn, I really need more inventory space. That's Resident Evil, baby! We're gonna do. Just leave it, Joey. I'm not gonna use all 200. Get real. I'm saved just cause fuck it, you know? I'm doing it live! Bitch. Ooh, I definitely need you. What, 2? Damn. Where you at? I hear you. Oh, you're still alive. That was a different zombie. Is it? No. I know. There's one behind me. Boop, right in the butt. How much? Oh, I have enough. Hey, where'd you go? Aye! Aye! Where are you? I feel like, The kazoo kid. Who are ya? Oh shit, that was close. Stay down. Oh, nice flip. All right, whatever. And then, ooh, that be it? Or is there to fucking unlock? Ooh. Oh my god, I just have no room for shit, okay? I need you. I'm fine, I don't need healing items. I don't need you yet. Oh, I don't even have any healing items. I don't need you yet. Ooh. Alright. Oh, it's this way. And then electric part. Damn it, keep doing that. Yummy. Fuck. Jesus, why? I don't know. I had to kill my frame rate for that. Do I not have a good computer? What's up? Is it game optimization or what? Alright. Hopefully, this is my last zig. You've zigged your last zag, Claire. Alright. Put you back. Put you back. Yeah. Oh, no, no. We're taking you out. Virgin. Excuse me. I be burping. I'm gonna store you because I'm not there yet. And there's a say item box right by where I need to go with that. Oh, I did it again. Main weapon, okay. Alright, in theory, we're Gucci, but we'll see. Oh, you know, I'm gonna put this knife back and get the other brand new knife while I'm there, and then we're just gonna go. I'm gonna save first, out of a bad habit, which is fine. Who cares? I'm just here to play every Resident Evil ever, you know? Now, did I play a lot of other shit on the way? Yeah. Do I get busy or stressed out and stop streaming for a week or two at a time? Yeah. But god damn it, we're almost there, okay? Wait. Door. I have like no sense of direction, man. Wait, for real? God damn it. Alright, we're gonna fall down here. We're gonna fight some zombies and shit. I think we're fine. Because this is where Mr. X should show up. in the main campaign, a campaign, if you will. Kind of, it's 45. I don't need 45. All right, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna drop this off one last time. I'm sorry, guys. It'll be important because I need all the inventory space I can get, and I'm like kind of a hoarder. But I'm also tired of zigzagging, so I kind of just want to drop off everything. It's stressing me out, dude. I'm just a little baby, you know? Right, alright. Don't need you. I don't think I have a boss fight or anything yet, so I probably don't even need you. And you know what? You bet your ass we're saving. Alright, let's go. And this is why I'm gonna be drinking. Cheers, Brian. Alright. I'm gonna fight some zombies and shit. I could do this, but I need something, right? Yeah, I need to connect it to the... Yeah. Oh, that's not locked. What'd you say? What the fuck did you say to me? Ah! Damn it. You puta. You puta. Give me my knife back. You puta. Okay, don't explode then. I don't give a fuck. I do. That was really stressful. Some of the stuff they say in this game is pretty great. Like when they yell, "What the fuck?" That's why I be yelling too sometimes, you know. Relatable. Aw. Why did they board this off? There's supposed to be some good shit in there. Now what? I guess I gotta go back and... Right? I guess we're gonna have to like patch this motherfucker up or something. What do I do now? Doing this right? Oh, I see. Slowpoke. Oh no, not Slowpoke. Is this where Mr. X shows up? Yeah, they couldn't resist. Oh shit, okay. Alright. I ain't worried about nothing! I ain't worried about nothing! But I am worried about where I gotta go though, so... Boom, boom. Boom, boom. I'm up here in my room. What is this? Electronically locked door? Oh, yeah. That's where I gotta go. Fine. Okay, and then... Alright. Library, there's some bullshit in there. The linen room, I don't have the diamond... I do have a diamond key. Okay. And that's... Okay, that's where I get the second, key, the the keyboard key for the button pad. Yeah, let's go through the waiting room, but also there is a safe in the east off. Oh shit! No, I didn't mean to. Fuck! God damn the right mouse button. All right, whatever. You guys didn't see that. Pro gamer over here. Also, okay. I can do this. I can do this. I don't think he can come in here. Watch him. Oh, wait. I took a picture of this. It is... It is... 6 to 11. 6 to 11. And I think it's more inventory spots, right? The fuck? Extended Mac? Is this even for the gun I'm using? It is! I feel like Karen Barkley from Child's Play. It is. It is. Only real ones know that. Alright, cool. Sick. I hope it gave you more ammo. And now we're going to the linen room. More zombies. Okay. Wait, am I forgetting anything? I gotta go all the way around for that shit anyway, which is fine. I'll just go waiting room. One of these days, I'm gonna get the thing I need for the crank, so I can go through. Boop, boop, boop. Right? And then... Yeah, and then... okay, alright. We'll get there. Right now, I need to go to the linen room. And... Fuck the library, I don't need that right now. Stay on this floor and... Go! Let's go! Wait. Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's suck at this now. Oh, what the fuck? Why are you doing this game? Fuck. Wait. Left or right? Yeah! Got it. Give me that jet dry. Alright, put you there. Oh shit. Okay, I gotta go back to a fuck, item box anyway. S.t.a.r.s office. Okay, I know we're going. To hell, motherfucker! Just having the numbers to make the sounds to the song Funky Town. Oh, nice. Just like Towley. Just press. Oh, my bad. Boop. Just press. I got you. Boop. I think we're doing pretty all right, all things considered. Okay, now we're gonna do this. Take you. There. Oh no! Get out! Get the fuck out! right there. And then I think we're okay. Large gear, leave it, because I gotta go to the clock tower with that one. Flame rounds, acid rounds, high caliber handgun ammo, large caliber handgun ammo, which we're not there yet. Let me run out of this, and then we'll cross that bridge when we get to it, okay? Oh, I do have this. DCM. All right, I got it. I just wanted to use it, you know? I don't need you right now. Don't need you. And then I'll take my knife back. I'll save, and then it's stoner bashing time. That one still. Oh shit! Wait! Is he dead yet? I think he's dead. Alright. Fucking bitch! God damn it! Please, 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 please. Yeah, I thought so. Fucking damn it. You bitch! You fat old bitch! My chapstick. Fuck! Of course Mr. X is right here. I have to go in that room right fucking there, and he's gonna be bothering me the whole goddamn time. Hey, 203 and 302. I'm gonna save anyway. Oop. And then there's still that Zamboni in there. Where you at? Didn't I not equip? Okay, I should have equipped that. Unless I get guard from behind, I guess I can't do the thingy. Yeah. So I need 102, 103, 102. Three and 203, and I think that's it. Little tip for fun if hold on, I'll read that in a second. Little tip for fun: if you put your friend's name, phone number, and email into the website for Jehovah's Witnesses or Scientology, they'll get a call every day, and I'll stop till they join. That's fucked up. Who hurt you? Oh, thank God. Take you. Take you. And then I'm afraid to run. She's already here. 208. Okay. Okay. 208. Sick. I think that's it. Anything else in here? Nope. Where am I going now, though? So there's the heart door. Oh! Oh, shit! God damn it, you motherfucker. Alright. Man, the pursuer is kind of annoying. Reload. Might as well. And then I'll go ahead and drop this off because I don't think I need all that. And then drop that off. I don't need all those knives. Let's see. Go upstairs. think he went this way. Oh, hell yeah. Of course. Oh shit, he's right there. Okay. I didn't see you, buddy. I will never get through there. Alright, and then now that I have that, I can go to the library. Alright. You can't see me! Also, I went the wrong way. Shit, I did. Ah! Ah! We'll go the long way. Fuck you guys. Right? Will this way work? Yeah. All the way down, okay. Is he really behind me? Lost him. Another tip, if you sign up for college online or to get a loan and you make sure that you have a 1900 number set, I don't know what that means, 1900 number set up for those things you signed up for to call, you'll make money. I have no idea. I love you, dude. I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. Alright, Mr. X, please no. Oh God, please no! I think there's something under one of these, alright? Also, Mr. X, leave me alone. The devil is not welcome here! Fuck, I hear him already! Nigga, leave! One 900 numbers is like 1-800 numbers where it's a phone that... No, but I don't understand what you mean by money. Dude, I know what that means. But, like, I don't know the money part. Like, you gotta explain. You confused me. You'll make money off of it. Like, what is the correlation with a 900 number and making money? That's where I get confused. I'm saying pimp. Big pimpin'. Okay, here's what we're gonna do, because I know I gotta go in there. Oh, yeah, dude, we're almost out of here. Then I go to the stupid ass sewers afterwards. Ah, I need the gear. Fuck. Go ahead and do this now. Fuck. I didn't think about it. Repair plan. Location, police station, west side clock tower. Due to high cultural value of the bell, I'm calling a specialist in to make the repairs. We'll go over the details once they're on the scene, but in the meantime, I'll take steps to secure the bell since the yoke is threatening to break. The yoke. Oh, not yet. Damn it. Whose dick do I have to suck for a fucking item box around here? Am I right? When you sign up for college online or a loan, online numbers will consistently call you nonstop even though you won't qualify for the things you sign up for, and they'll just keep calling. If you use a 900 number that you set up, they have to pay by the minute. Oh, I didn't know that. Now, how much does it cost to set that up? Is it really cost effective? These are the hard-hitting questions. Ooh, oh, that's what I need. Excuse me. Fuck. I see you back there, motherfucker. There's a green herb right there. East storage room. Nice. Where is he? Oh god, they're playing the music already. Okay, we're good. We're good. Okay, and then, you go, you go, you go, you come. Tab. Damn, it's only gunpowder, dog. Makes double the amount of compared, and then you make. So I can make 4 acid rounds, or what? 10 handgun bullets. I'm gonna wait. I don't need it yet. Not yet. I will. Oh, I will. Oh, and I don't need you yet. Honestly, it's almost time to switch handguns out again, but I'm good. We're Gucci for now. But here's the thing. Take that out too. I know I'm gonna need it. Ooh, 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 ooh. There's a green herb over there. Can I get like a red herb and then just call it? No. Oh, I can do this. Take out. I'll just combine it when I'm up there. Save space, baby! Nope, wrong way. Mr. X, I don't want to see you right now. It's probably a waste, but you know, fuck it. I got a day off. This is the best 911 since. Oh my god, before 2011. Yeah, boy. Who taught you such jokes? Can I open this yet? Oh no, not yet. What are you up to right now, dude? What are you doing? What's going on in your neck of the woods? Hear that motherfucker? Nobody move! Wait? Okay, and then... Alright, I know what to do. I'm finishing up work, going to be getting off in like 27 minutes. I keep forgetting you're at work right now. Gong! Gong! Right? Maybe not. Wait. What? Work is for losers. You still playing Saga? Jay? And which one are you on? Sell me on Saga. I haven't played any of them. Except I think I played Saga Unlimited on PS2 for like a couple hours in high school. My friend let me borrow it. What's a good starting point? I know you're a chronology guy, so you'd probably be like, the beginning. First Saga. What are you doing right now? Yeah, what the fuck are you doing right now, Jay? He's playing Saga. I'm starting from the first. I haven't played... Like, I think I played the PS2 one for like, 10 minutes. I'm exaggerating, a few hours, but that was so long ago. I don't remember it. What's it on? Steam? Can I get it on like my Vita? As for starting point, they're not related. Best starting point is probably one of the newest. For real? Now I gotta go back to motherfucker's office. Yep. Where is he? Mr. X, no! Don't touch me, please. I'm a lady. Wait, where's the quickest way, though? Storage, no. Clock tower, no. East storage. Oh, shit. I should have just gone right back where I was. Alright, time to get this motherfucker the rope-a-dope. Oh, shit. I can't. Alright, we're gonna go back up this ladder, and we're just gonna pretend that we never went this way, and I didn't take that hit. That unnecessary hit? Shit ain't nothing to me, man. Not now, zombie! Okay, hold on. As for starting point, they're not related. So really, it's just like Final Fantasy, where they're not related. Best starting point is probably one of the newest. Remake of Romantic Saga 2 is supposed to be amazing. I think it's the newest. The newest original game is Saga Emerald Beyond. It's really fun. I never even heard of that one. What's that on? I find the original Game Boy games kind of meh, personally, but I enjoy them for the historical value. Yes, like Final Fantasy. Nice. Yeah, I know you just, you don't like Game Boy games for the most part. Or at least you don't like the Game Boy? Is that what it is? You don't like handhelds for the most part? Where's your hang up? Because you've said several times you don't like handheld games, right? Am I misquoting you? Because that's not my intention if so. Also, how's the recording going? I think we're good. I think I did it. Am I missing anything? Yes. East office. Oh. I don't think I got that last combination because there's 3 saves. Ooh. Oh, I could have been combined you. All right, you go there. Store. I'm gonna take the other one out. Take you out. And then you. Recording is fine. I realize I recorded into a format I can't use, so I'll have to remux them somehow. What is the format? Try using Convertio to make. Hold on, wait. Real talk. What format are they? And what are you using to record? Wait, do I not have that kind of ammo? I thought I did. 9 mil. quick draw, the quick draw. God damn it, Joey. They're MP4. You can't use MP4? What format? Wait, what? How can you not use MP4? That's like standard. What the fuck are you talking? Wait, what do you mean you can't use MP4? What do you use? AVI? MOV? I'm very surprised that you can't use MP4. It's a rights issue, I believe. MOV is best. Okay, okay. Well, I guess you could convert them. Is Handbrake? To render MOV file Handbrake means to convert it to a different format. Open Handbrake, drag. No. Can Handbrake convert MP4 to MOV? Try Handbrake. Yeah, use Handbrake. Okay, can you convert it there? Is MP4 only on Windows or something? Because if I didn't know that. I thought MP4 was like standard, but I only use. Okay. All right then. I mean, it's not convenient, but you do have a workaround at least. Fucking Linux. Strike 2, Linux. Okay, we're going the right way. And then I think this is where Mr. X is bye-bye until the very end. Let's see. Parking permit.
The key card.
Jesus Christ. It's Jason Bourne. Game. The fuck do you mean? Fucking bullshit. Okay. It's connected, motherfucker. Go straight. Why is it curving? It shouldn't be curving. I got it though. I'm going this way. No, okay, I can't. Dog, this makes no sense. It's connected. Go straight. I'm gonna say it. It's retarded. Alright. I gotta loop it around or something. Oh. Dog, that made no fucking sense. I thought they all had to light up or something. Like Bioshock, you know? Moshi Moshi.
Hello?
Good to see you again, Claire. We've got unfinished business.
Oh shit! It's DaVinci Resolve on Linux. MP4 works fine on Linux. Okay, so it's DaVinci Resolve. I see.
You'll find it.
I use Premiere for editing, and then I guess After Effects for everything else. I'm an Adobe guy, but you said you don't like Adobe, which I respect and I understand. I'm not even fighting back on that. It's just what I use. Fortunately, because of work. I've never actually used DaVinci Resolve.
I could let you go.
Those don't work on Linux? Why'd you fucking pick Linux again? Might as well have just gone Mac, dude. No, it's okay. I'm being an asshole on purpose.
There has to be a way out of here.
Dude, this is like the scariest fucking doll I've ever seen, dude. Look at this fucking thing. Look at that! Nice, it's the lament configuration. A star. I could do one of these. Get you over there, and then I would need another star. So you go there, and I'll go home. Shit. Joe. Ah. Kind of retarded. Alright, so I need a circle. So you go that way then. Unless you go that way. Oh, well, I keep saying that. Yeah! Wait, right? Oh, the fucking top! God damn it. I was only looking at the front. I wasn't even looking at the top. It's just, the back of the head, Dusty. It's got back of the head, Dusty. I don't know what that means. Okay, you go there. Which means... Which one's got the square and the star? There we go. I got it. Wait. What? Doll pussy. Oh, Dussy. Okay, my bad, bro. Fuck. No. Oh, wait, I mean do that. Okay, so which one of these motherfuckers got circles on this side? So circle, square, dot, dot. I got my cootie shot. Star. So we got a star and a triangle. I think we're good. I think this might be it. Fuck! Wait a minute. Triangle. Why is there triangles on this side? Square. So I need a triangle star. Okay, and then will you fit? Okay, let's try working our way this way then. You have a star and a square. You have a square and a... Don't look at me! Where's a square circle? Oh, Jesus. No. Okay, star, triangle. Which one do you want to get? Star, triangle. Star, triangle. Star. Okay, so we got 1 and a 2. So if it's not you, let's try you. Then we got a star, square. Circle, star. And then please. Yeah! Like a Tusken Raider. You know what I'm talking about? Call them Star Wars nerds out there. I call Jay that, but I think Jay actually hates Star Wars. Lemon liked Star Wars at some point. I liked Star Wars at some point. Star Wars has gotten crazy, dog. Which Star Wars? I was actually thinking about A New Hope. You like A New Hope. You have to like A New Hope. Honestly, you probably like the original trilogy, huh? Just anything after that you probably hate. Which is fair. I ain't even fighting back. The way I said that reminded me of one of the top 5 best written shows of all time, Arrested Development. And she's like, go, here's money, go see a Star War. They scare easy, but I'll be back in bigger numbers. Oh, yeah. You know, from a certain perspective, I told you the truth. Sally's Diary. Dear Diary. January 4th. Wednesday was perfectly great. Wait. Wednesdays are perfectly great days because we get snacks and ice cream. I hate the last place I was at. The teachers were all meanies. It was just study, and there was no ice cream. I love it here. January 10th. There was an important rule made today. Everyone must write a diary, get health checkups, and we ain't allowed outside by ourselves. It's good we don't have to go to school. I feel like I'm gonna sneeze soon. I don't want to go and get picked on for battle clothes. Especially not by the guy that used to wear them. January 16th. The orphanage director is coming today, so Sorry, she's in her litter box. I hear her. So I'm gonna wear my most favoriteest checkered blue outfit. Director is tall. Director has a mustache. Director is a policeman. Director's a dick. Also, he's a chief, not a director. Stupid. Wait, what? Climb this? Oh, I can. Jay's either writing a novel or ignoring me. Okay. Maybe she meant director like director of the CIA, but for police. I like that one part in Kung Fury when Kung Fury is on the phone. He's like, "Hello? Is it the chief of police?" And the chief of police is like, "Yeah." And he's like, "Fuck you!" And he starts like shooting into the gun or into the phone, and then the phone's like shooting the bullets in the police station. I fucking love Kung Fury. I have no strong opinion on Star Wars. A couple of okay movies and mostly boring or activity bad after first two. Psychopath. That's okay. Yeah, I respect your wrong opinion. I just like giving you shit. I forget the path here. I might actually lose a couple times. Can I break that?
That must be the door out of here. Darn it, I need the key.
Dude, my cat's gonna be tired as fuck later, dude. She's been like running around for... I make no exaggerations when I say the past hour. I'm like, where does this energy come from?
Oh no, it's him.
Man, I really want to play Evil Within. Jay, if you had to pick one game for me to play after my Resident Evil Marathon, what would it be? It can or can't, whatever you want, be a series. But I'm curious. If you could pick one game... Oh! Wait. I actually have a theory on what it might be. But I don't want to say it. The Witness? Oh! The game I'm too retarded to play. My words. And you have to finish it? Alright. Dang. I might. Jay, not Jay, you're Jay. Dry bought it for me. Play Never Dead. That's on my list. I actually have it. I could play that. But The Witness is actually a long time coming. If you're reading this, go call police. Boogeyman's here eating every Bobby. Many bark Boogeyman's beer are here. Help, they're coming. Help me, mommy. Let me save. Does it say Claire or does it say... Okay, I was wondering if it would say... I'll watch the whole thing for Never Dead. Have you beaten Never Dead? I played it. I never finished that game. And then this is where I run away. And I throw the acid in his face or something. Nothing?
Where you going, Sherry?
Nowhere?
I told you to stay put. You need to learn to listen.
Yes, I beat it on PS3. Is it only on PS3? I have it on PS3. Was that on 360 by chance?
You're gonna pay for this.
Nigga, there's a zombie apocalypse, and you're trying to fucking... Oh my god, that looks painful.
You hear? You are gonna be so fucking sorry.
Fuck you. I think it's on 360 and Steam as well. Oh, it's on Steam? I have it on console. You know what's funny? I might have it on 360, but I'm pretty sure I have it on PS3. You're a stupid bitch, fatty. Ooh, shit. I have no idea where I'm going. I think I have to go to like that bathroom over there, like that room. I forget. I'll check after this, but I for sure own it, either on PS3 or PS4. But I have a sneaking suspicion it's on PS4. You know what I want to stream? And actually, I think it's less of an endeavor than Resident Evil, but I want to play all the Metal Gear games. Oh, shit. That's what I want to do.
Where are you? Show yourself. I know you're in here. The longer it takes me to find you, the worse it's gonna be.
How do you have so many copies of the game, but you haven't played it? I don't know, I'd just be buying shit, dude. No, I didn't say so many. I have one copy, either on PlayStation or PS3. That's how. I only have one copy, to be clear. Oh, jeez, Rick. Can I make it? Going now. Ah! Don't look at me, don't look at me, don't look at me, don't look at me, don't look at me. I don't know where I go after this. Oh, I hear. Right? Actually, you know what? I'm curious. I'm gonna go check. Be right back. I'm back. What Pokemon is that? A Whiscash? I don't know what that is. So, your boy, PS3. That's what I have for Never Dead right here, buddy. And I did play it. I played it. I just never finished it, to be clear. One copy, PS3. One of the weirdest games I played, but it's kind of cool. And then for you, Jay, Silent Hill Downpour. I'm still willing to ship it out to you if it means you'll stream it, but you just gotta give it back. Which I honestly, at this point, I trust you. But if you're not interested, then don't even trip, dog. But yeah, for 360, which I'm pretty sure is backwards compatible with Xbox One and Series. You might have to double check that. Which means hopefully it doesn't perform like absolute dog shit, which this game kind of does. One day, maybe it'll be available digitally. It won't, dude. Unless they do like Silent Hill Pyramid Head Collection or whatever the fuck they would call it. The Cult Collection. I don't know. What would you call that? Silent Hill. What's the... No, they wouldn't do that. What's the name of that red liquid? The Apolygibus? I don't know what they call it.
This is your last fucking chance. Show yourself. Now!
You can't...
Oh, fuck. It burns!
Yeah, fuck you. It burns! It burns! Idiot. Sneaky, sneaky. Shut up! Fuck off!
Fuck is my key?
Fuck, don't worry about it.
I see you.
You don't see shit. Damn it, Shuri. Dude, she's got the zoomies and she's scaring the shit out of me. I just hear shit like she bangs on the wall. Because like my cat does like this weird, like she'll fucking parkour, you know? She parkours off the walls and stuff. It's really cute to see. But in practice, it's kind of scary. What would you call it? The Silent Collection? Oh, god damn it.
Nice try, Sherry.
Oh, Tom's diary. February 5th. It's been 2 months since I sent that letter to Oliver, and all I gotten back is nada. Zip. And then again, they're all like that once they get adopted. Bet he's living like a king in some fancy folks' home and forgotten all about us. Really thought Oliver was different. That he'd be my friend for life. Dude, I have one of those. I have one of those. That motherfucker. Guess I'm just a fool. February 8th. Anne sat all the little kids down and told them a story today. She said, all the kids... Actually, the music kind of intense in my ear. I gotta turn this down. Cyber Lycan. No, it's not Cyber. My boy Ozzy. He's like one of my best friends in high school. And art is... You just kind of fall off the map. Anyway, all the kids that get adopted are turned into food for the boogeymen. That's why no one hears from them ever again. Not sure where she gets her ideas from, but she's sure got the mind for writing trashy horror novels. February 13th. There's something weird going on around here. It's not just because of Anne's stories. Don't get me wrong. I've been in worse places. And this place is funded by some big drug company. But why can't we all call people or go outside? Why are there so many doctors around? What's with these shots every day? It's almost like we're... February 14th. I'm getting adopted! Me. Most people go for younger kids, so I figured I was too old, but I can't say I'm not a little happy. Who am I kidding? I'm totally psyched. I say goodbye to this place on the 20th. I'm going to try my best to be a good son. Someone my new mom and pop can be proud of. I bet you, was it the 19th? Yeah! Oliver came back in the middle of the night, all messed up, screaming, help me and stuff. I didn't even recognize him at first. His face was all peeling and melting off. He's with the teachers and doctors now. It's just a skin thing, they say. He'll get better soon, and now we can go on adventures together again. Wait! Fuck! That's okay. Hopefully it starts to check. Oh my god, your face is fucked up, dude. I was pressing ESF instead of WASD. That's fine. I was doing pretty good, but I stopped to read. And that's my fucking problem. I love bad bitches. That's my fucking problem. Joey.
Fuck is my key?
I know.
I see you.
Now, if I skip that because it's locked, I'm just gonna go straight to his room. Man, this fucker locks doors behind him. Smart. Now, can I lock him out? Lock it! There you go. There you go. Oh, shit! Where the fuck did he get an axe from?
Get over here, you little bitch.
Stop cussing at me. Wait! What the fuck? What the fuck was that? How much longer are you gonna play? Maybe another half hour. I don't think I'll finish it tonight. I still have to go to the sewer and then the labs. That's a whole stream worthy. And I'm doing fucking awful right now.
Fuck is my key?
Fuck you. Yeah, I'll probably get another half hour. Or what time is it now? Ooh, it's already 1. Yeah, I at least want to finish this portion, but I'll get started on the next, which I think is going to be the sewers. The worst part of this game. The worst part of any game. Can you look at a sewer level in any game and be like, that was awesome. Why not sneak? You're getting caught because you're running around. I don't think I can sneak per se right now. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, wait, are you... Oh, you actually might be right. No, don't... Assisted. Fuck you, game. this, right? My bad, dude. I thought we were safe. Hey, I got down there. I was doing pretty alright.
Game over.
What? Ah! I was hiding. Capcom just said you suck. Fuck you! I did what you said. I hid. I gotta hide somewhere else? Probably.
Fuck is my key? I see you.
Do you? Does he? Does he? Does he? Does he? Jay, fuck you! Jay, you're a goddamn liar! I didn't say hi, I said be sneaky. Be sneaky where, motherfucker? There's a fucking... It's a hallway. He's already asking me a question through the door. I don't think there's being sneaky right here. He's already on to me. Look at this.
I'm coming.
See, look at that.
Get over here, you little bitch.
Ah! Run faster, dummy! What the fuck am I doing wrong here? Hang on. Wait, for real, what am I doing wrong? Am I actually doing something wrong?
Fuck is my key?
I don't know, your game is probably busted because it's running at 5 frames per second. Is it really, dude? I'm looking at my iPad, and it looks like it's running kind of smoothly. I only played this once. I don't remember dying this much here. I don't remember dying this much here either. Honestly, I have a theory. I'll tell you after the fact.
I'm coming, Sherry. Get over here, you little bitch.
You're a bitch. Ah! It's because I was WASDing. I just have to hold W and aim with my mouse. You know what I mean? That's what it was.
The game is over.
Kick him in the nuts.
Let me go!
Oh, that's right. I do remember this. Oh my god. Don't hurt him. Shut the fuck up, Sherry. Are we done here? Oh, she's infected. 30 minutes earlier.
Good to see you again, Claire. We've got unfinished business.
What are you talking about?
Don't waste my fucking time! Bring me the pendant, or Sherry dies.
Pendant? What do you need it for?
Do you want the girl to die?
Oop.
Fine.
Button.
Where are you?
The orphanage.
The orphanage. Where is that?
In the neighborhood. You'll find it.
Is Sherry all right?
For now.
I swear, you bastard, if you hurt her. Are you serious? Damn it.
Her face on the phone looks like she's trying to count to 3. You're insane, man. This girl's pretty.
Wait, asshole.
You're probably the kind of guy that'll look like an 8 and be like, her nose is too big. Let's see. We're going... Oh, I gotta go to the parking garage, which is back down here. Okay. God damn it, is this fucker still roaming around? I've seen cute girls with Down syndrome. Very nice. Let's see. I have a lot of fucking gunpowder. 1, 2, 3, 4. Or You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna make double the acid rounds. I'll thank myself for it during the boss fight later. And watch. Future me is like, you've damned us all! Because the acid rounds are kind of awesome. You know what I like about the acid rounds in this game? If you actually hit a zombie with it, and they're like, ugh, their arms and shit melt off. I love the dismemberment and the gore in this game. Like, yeah. Good shit. I think we're Gucci for that. You take 9 mil. I got no 9 mil. Combining this makes 9 mil. I didn't know that. I would have never wasted an S around a zombie. LOL. No, I know, but it happened, and it was just something I noticed that just looks amazing. Like watching their arm, like fucking just melt off and fall. It's such a good look. I almost want to sacrifice. I'll find a point and show you, and then I'll just reload it. But it's good shit, dude. And also, I mean, that's the thing I was trying to tell fucking Lemon. It's like, it gets to a point where ammo... Dude, in Resident Evil, after a point, ammo is... It's almost a non-issue, you know? If you do it right. You know what I mean? Like, towards the end of any Resident Evil game, it's like you have, like, fucking 18 Magnum rounds and a million handgun bullets. Where are the goddamn zombie dogs? I haven't seen a single Cerberus. In Resident Evil 6, you only have to worry about ammo conservation. Actually, that's not true. There were actually points during me and Lemon's playthrough where we were running out of ammo. Oh my god! God damn it. Where's Ada when you need her to fucking just run this motherfucker into the goddamn wall? Leave me alone. Fuck off. First of all, oh, there's no ammo here. Is there? Okay, keep going. Is he still chasing me? God damn. Actually, don't remember this.
Shit. Looks like it's the other way.
Please, 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 please. No! I mean the other way. This way? Oh, I guess... Oh! You never run out of ammo, you can kick all day. I mean, that's... You could kick all day as long as your stamina lets you, but we did run out of ammo. Maybe you played better. You played it smarter. Better, faster, stronger. I know for a fact I never ran out of ammo in RE6. I dropped it in like 2 hours, so I never had, I was like, you didn't even finish RE6, you bitch. I can't wait for you to get to it. You're gonna hate every minute of that fucking 14-hour game. I really don't think it's a bad game, dude. Like I said, it's a bad Resident Evil. I will give you that. But RE6 is not a bad game. Fuck. God damn it. I actually thought I could make that. Silly me. If you ever want to complete a game... Hold on, wait. If you ever want to do a complete playthrough of every Resident Evil game, you'll have to go through 6. Oh, no, he's going to go through 6.
Fuck you!
Oh, shit! I realized she was going to hop over. Honestly, the RE2 female zombie is a very iconic Zamboni for me. Look off your legs, you dumb bitch. I'm aware. Examine it, equip it. How much? I have enough. 3? And then 1. 3. Okay, okay. I'm gonna order pizza when I wake up. Oh my god, dude. Pizza for breakfast sounds amazing. Dog, when I was in middle school, we used to have breakfast pizzas. And it's really just like sausage, you know, like the big ass like pizza. Well, I wake up around 1 or 2 usually. Yeah, but it's still breakfast. I consider it being relative, you know. But what was I gonna say? Remember those big ass like lunch lady pizzas? Where they like cut that shit in a fucking grid. We would have that. It was basically like a sausage and jalapeno pizza, but it was so fucking good, dude. I can still taste that shit. It's been like 25 years. Oh shit. I get free pizza. My stepson works at a pizza place. Oh shit, hold on. I'll be that in a second. Ah! Okay. Okay. My stepson works at a pizza place and gives me free pizza almost every night. Dude, that's awesome. You got the hookup. So that's right. You're married. How long have you been married? Don't mind me asking. And how many stepkids do you got? Just one? Our items here. I've been married for 5 years and got 2 stepkids. That's awesome, dude. Congrats. When's your anniversary? Is it recent? Is it upcoming? Is it just the one stepson? Or do you have like a stepdaughter? Oh, there it is. Okay, there's an item right there. February 23rd. Oh, nice. Good shit, bro. I feel like I'm missing something. There's definitely another item around here somewhere. It could be on the bus. I don't know. One of each? Cool, 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 cool. Well, right on, brother. Alright, this is the zombies on the bus go blip, 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 blip. The zombies on the bus go blip, blip, blip. All through the fuck off. Wait, where's the doggy? Is it on the bus? Doggies on the bus go woof, 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 woof. Woof, woof, woof. That's a spit and washing. You've had your shish. Alright. Ooh. Fine. Okay, we're good here as far as pickups go. Hopefully he stays dead. Ah! Stay down. Play dead, bitch. I'm fine. Let's go to the orphanage. Save that bitch. Just fucking close this shit like a fucking champ, dude.
Hang on, Sherry.
You know, I'm not gonna lie. Fucking gravestones in the front of a fucking orphanage in like their playground. It's kind of fucked up.
Hello? I have the pendant.
All right, just checking to make sure there's nothing. Ooh. Okay, I'm on my way to the safe. All right, let's do that. Hey, buddy. You okay? Well, maybe if you didn't kidnap the little girl, you wouldn't be in this situation. You stop to think about that, huh? I'm not gonna lie, the chest burst is cool, but I like how that motherfucker splits in the fucking original, dude.
Jesus Christ.
You know what? I'm probably gonna stream RE2 again, but the N64 version. Oh, the mayor's daughter. Good. Oh, no, what are you doing? Stop it. Don't touch the elevator. Or the elevator. Ladder.
Sherry? Where are you?
Hello?
Claire! Sherry?
Hey, bitch. Hey, girl. You wanna climb this easy-ass fucking climb fence? Or... Oh. Oh, shit.
Go, go,
Sherry, run! It's pusher. Fucking tripper.
It's behind you!
Don't stop!
It's behind you, technically. I don't remember this part.
Keep going.
Oh, this is the part.
Sherry, come on.
And then... Birkin kills him. This is the part I was thinking about. Nice. Nice. Oh my god, dude, this is so cool. Especially all like the meat. You know what I mean? Damn. He looks like Bill Nighy a little bit, doesn't he? The tyrant. Oh my god.
Claire, are you all right? Can you hear me? Claire? Claire, you have to get up. He's going to get us. Wake up! Wake up!
Bye.
Wake up. Wake up.
Wiggle your big toe.
Hold still. Not infected.
Sherry? Where's Sherry?
Sherry.
Why is the frame rate going to shit? That makes no sense.
Do you know Sherry?
It's an impressive display of strength.
What happened to her?
We have to assess the situation.
Who are you? I'm Claire.
I didn't foresee this.
Excuse me. Where is she? Hello?
What?
Where's she?
Annette. Tell me, what happened to William?
I don't know. Who's that?
The creature responsible for this.
What? Can you help me find Sherry?
Seems to be evolving much faster than expected.
Where are you going?
Look, I don't have time for 20 questions. Everything's under control.
I need to find Sherry.
My daughter is not your concern.
Is it the fog? It's like I'm playing a fucking claymation right now. I gotta lower the fucking graphics or something.
Where did Sherry go?
Like I said, it looks beautiful on my end, but you guys are getting the shit end of the deal here. I'm sorry. Is that it? Yeah.
Sherry's daughter?
Alright. G. The G virus clinical trial will be entering its final phase very soon. Before G, the new creature that will surpass human, is born. Allow me to predict a few things about its biology and biological functions. Oh, it's pretty bad. Yeah, sorry, buddy. I'll figure it out. I'll lower the graphics if I have to next time. Intelligence. The subject's intelligence will begin to drop immediately, with the linguistic ability disappearing within a matter of days. Finally, they will lose the capacity to reason and their humanity. Alright, cool. G will be a creature of pure instinct, driven only by a need to survive and reproduce. Physical abilities. I like how this motherfucker is like, oh, this is a superior being. Intelligence, reasoning, higher thought, art. Fuck that. This thing just wants to survive and reproduce. It's like, same, dude. Doesn't mean I can't listen to the Doors while I do it. Due to its unusual accelerated cell division, evolution, it will be highly adaptable to any environment. Furthermore, with its amazing ability to repair itself through regeneration, it will be extremely difficult to completely kill it with any conventional small firepower. Reproductive behavior. G's most remarkable feature will be its intense desire to reproduce. I mean, more intense than what we already got. It will instinctively search out humans with DNA that closest matches its own and implant an embryo in them. What are you doing, step bro? But the chances of success are very low, and if the DNA is not a close enough match, an undeveloped G creature will produce instead. It's supposed to be only ones who might be close enough of a match would be any biological children to the subject, though. Alright. What else we got in here? Yeah, looks fine over there now. There's more in here. Oh, there we go. High-powered rounds. Oh, I don't even have a Magnum, dude. Let's see. Take that hand grenade. 9mm. This makes 9mm, so I can be like 10, 20, and then wait. Or... Oh! Wait, really? Oh, alright, I guess. SLS 60, SLS 60. What do you mean? What the fuck? Do I have to switch the ammo type? Wait, I'm confused. High-powered rounds, SLS 60. I got it right here. Why can't I load it? Am I tripping? Hang on. High-powered rounds. High-powered rounds for the SLS 60. I have the SLS 60 right here. Well, let me reload it, por favor. Requires a stronger gun frame. Oh, I gotta upgrade it. Alright. Read, nigga, read! Alright, fuck you. Right, let me go ahead and save. And with that, I think this is a good time to stop. I gotta go to bed, which really means I gotta, I gotta goon and then I'll go to bed. No, I was kidding. Am I? You be the judge. Step into my office. What do you guys want? You guys want to go to hell, or you guys want to go to Love Lair? See ya, bitch. Wait. I'm raiding out. Let's quit this. I'm almost done. With one sitting, I think that was pretty good. Firm. Exit. You're a bitch. Oh, come on, game. I want you to die. Who is live is the question. Let's go to .tv. Who we got? Unless there's anybody that you want to see, we got Sonia is playing Claire Obscure. We got Brad, Star Wars Outlaws. Rin is playing Evo for SNES. Lovely Montana is playing Silent Hill. You got some good choices here. Let's see, he's got 12, he's got 5, she has 144. She don't need a raid. Let's raid Brad. Brad's awesome. Brad's cool. For Raid and Brad. Alright, everybody. Thank you for hanging out. I had fun. I have one more stream of this left. And honestly, depending on when I finish it, I could probably start RE3. Otherwise, tomorrow's probably going to be a short stream. We'll see. Because I only have like 2, maybe 3 hours left of this. I don't know for sure. I haven't played Second Run in forever. But we're going to do it. And then, like I said, Friday is going to be RE3 remake, and that's done. And after that is going to be RE8, which is longer. I think it's like a 10-hour game, maybe. It's not that long. It feels long, but each section is actually fairly short, which I understand if you don't want to hang out for that, Jay, because you haven't played it yet, which I can't wait for you to play. And then RE4 remake, which that is actually kind of a long game. I think it's like a 20-hour game, and it's fun. But that one I actually might play off my PS4 as like a new game plus, but we'll see. All right, everybody. Toodaloo. Good night. Mwah. It's a forehead kiss, okay? You guys all have a great evening. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Same chat channel, same chat time, kinda.